Hello and good afternoon, everyone. We welcome you all today on the day two of AWS Community Day Pakistan 2021. The first speaker of our day two is Hassan Sadiq. Hassan Sadiq is co-founder and CTO at Grosser App. He has been on the forefront of making Grosser App engineering, product, and data teams scale when its infrastructure used to handle only a few thousand requests at its starts 4 years ago, to now handling 130 million plus requests per month. From 2018 to 2020, he also led the growing team and has been able to leverage data science and analytics to reduce the CAC and scale up the acquisitions massively while maintaining a healthy retention cohort. We welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sumama. Thanks a lot. So just give you a brief introduction. My name is Hassan Sadiq. मैं Grocer App में co-founder and CTO हूँ. Uh, I'm sure you guys can see my screen. So पहले मैं अगर आपको ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन करवा दूं ग्रोसर ऐप बेसिकली एक ऑनलाइन डिलीवरी सर्विस है और आज का हमारा जो वैसे टॉपिक है वो टर्निंग डेटा इनटू कैश. लेकिन इस टॉपिक की डिटेल्स में जाने से पहले हम थोड़ा सा इसको कवर करना चाहेंगे कि बेसिकली हमारा मिशन और विजन क्या है और वो किस तरह से अलाइन होता है हमारे जितने भी हम डेटा के इनिशिएटिव्स ले रहे होते हैं बीआई से रिलेटेड, और किस तरह से डेटा को हम यूज कर रहे होते हैं डिफरेंट बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज को अवेल करने के लिए और अपनी रेवेन्यू को एनहांस करने के लिए. तो उसके लिए बड़ा ज़रूरी है कि हम पहले ये समझ लें कि ग्रोसर ऐप का मिशन और विज़न क्या है वो. तो ग्रोसर ऐप का बेसिकली जो हमारा एक विज़न है वो ये है कि हम अगले कुछ सालों के अंदर पाकिस्तान की सबसे बड़ी इन टर्म्स ऑफ ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन यानी बोथ ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन पाकिस्तान की सबसे बड़ी जो ग्रोसरी रिटेल कंपनी है हम वो बनना चाहते हैं वो. और ऑलरेडी हम जिस स्पीड से ग्रो कर रहे हैं हम इंशाल्लाह फोर्सी कर रहे हैं कि अगले 2 से 3 साल के अंदर हम उसको अचीव कर लेंगे वो. और उसके अंदर हमारे लिए जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है वो ये है कि हमने कस्टमर्स को जो एग्जिस्टिंग कस्टमर्स हैं उनकी जो बाइंग हैबिट्स हैं उनको हमने कन्वर्ट करना है ऑनलाइन के अंदर. और अभी पाकिस्तान की जो मार्केट शेयर है उसके अंदर ऑलमोस्ट कोई 98 टू 99% कस्टमर्स जो हैं वो अभी ऑफलाइन स्टोर से बाइंग कर रहे होते हैं वो. तो प्राइमरीली हमारा जो फ़ोकस है वो ये होता है कि हमने किस तरह से जो कस्टमर अभी जो एक्जिस्टिंग उसकी बाइंग हैबिट्स हैं जिसके अंदर वो एक ऑफलाइन स्टोर पे जाता है, अपनी जिसे कहते हैं कि वो ग्रोसरी शॉपिंग करता है, किस तरह से हम वो एक्सपीरियंस उसको दे सकते हैं कि जिसके बाद वो अपनी ऑफलाइन हैबिट उसकी जो है वो कंप्लीटली खत्म हो. मतलब अगर कस्टमर को आप एक पार्शियल एक्सपीरियंस देते हैं जिसके अंदर उसको कुछ चीज़ें मिलती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें वो ऑनलाइन लेता है लेकिन उसको फिर भी जाना पड़ता है स्टोर्स के लिए, तो इवेंचुअली हम ये फ़ील करते हैं कि कस्टमर्स की जो हैबिट है ऑफलाइन की वो चूँकि इतनी सालों से बनी हुई है, तो आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता वो दोबारा उसको ओवरटेक करनी शुरू कर देती है वो. तो ऑफलाइन का एक्सपीरियंस बिल्ड करने के लिए हम 2016 से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं और जितनी हमने रिसर्च की, कस्टमर से बात की, हमारे 1 मिलियन प्लस इंस्टॉल्स हैं एंड्रॉयड पे, 200 के इंस्टॉल्स हैं आईओएस पे, एक मैसिव कस्टमर बेस है हमारी. तो उनसे जो हमारा जिसे कहते हैं कि सबसे बड़ी चीज़ जो हमें मिलती है कस्टमर से बार-बार, कि मतलब एक कस्टमर ऑफलाइन स्टोर पे क्यों जाता है, वो प्राइमरीली वो इसलिए जाता है मतलब उसको वहाँ सब कुछ मिलता है, मतलब हाईएस्ट उसको प्रोडक्ट रेंज मिलती है और उसको सबसे बेस्ट प्राइसिंग मिलती है वो. तो ग्रोसर ऐप में हमारा मिशन और विज़न यही है कि हमने ऑनलाइन ग्रोसरी स्पेस के अंदर हम वो प्लेयर हों जिसके पास आपको सबसे बड़ी असॉर्टमेंट रेंज मिल रही हो और सबसे बेस्ट प्राइसिंग के ऊपर मिल रही हो. और उसके साथ ये कि हम आपको 7 स्टार डिलीवरी एक्सपीरियंस दे रहे हो जिसके अंदर आपके लिए एक कस्टमर को मतलब एक सेम डे मतलब मल्टीपल स्लॉट्स मिल रही हैं शेड्यूल्ड डिलीवरी के अंदर. और उसका जो पूरा एक्सपीरियंस है जिसके अंदर 7 स्टार एक्सपीरियंस के अंदर हम उसको मल्टीपल चीज़ों के थ्रू डिफाइन करते हैं. उसकी डिलीवरी एक्सपीरियंस, उसके प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी, उसकी प्राइसिंग मतलब कंपैरेटिव प्राइसिंग, उसको ऑफलाइन, ऑनलाइन के अंदर सबसे बड़ी प्रोडक्ट रेंज. तो ये सब चीज़ें अगर आप उसको दे रहे हैं और आफ्टर डिलीवरी उसको एक सुपीरियर कस्टमर सपोर्ट एक्सपीरियंस दे रहे हैं, तो उसको हम कहते हैं कि एक 7 स्टार डिलीवरी एक्सपीरियंस है. तो अगर मैं समराइज़ करूँ, हमारा जिसे कहते हैं फ़ोकस या मिशन ये है कि ये होता है कि हमने लार्जेस्ट असॉर्टमेंट रेंज कस्टमर को डिलीवर करनी है और बेस्ट प्राइसिंग के ऊपर डिलीवर करनी है और 7 स्टार एक्सपीरियंस हमने कस्टमर को देना वो. तो ये 3 चीज़ें हैं जो बेसिकली जिसकी वजह से कस्टमर फिर अपनी ऑफलाइन बाइंग की जो हैबिट है, उसकी वो आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता उसकी कंप्लीटली शिफ्ट होना शुरू होती है वो. अगर मैं आपको थोड़ा-सा क्विक स्नैपशॉट दे दूँ मतलब हम किस स्केल पे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उससे शायद थोड़ा-सा फिर आइडिया आपको वो मिलेगा कि किस तरह से डेटा हम जो गैदर कर रहे हैं उसका स्केल क्या है वो. और उस डेटा को इवेंचुअली फिर हम किस तरह से यूज़ करते हैं अपनी जिसे कहते हैं कि बिज़नेस अपॉर्च्युनिटीज़ बिल्ड करने के अंदर और किस तरह से को हम कैश में कन्वर्ट कर रहे होते हैं वो। तो हम 4 सिटीज़ में ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं अभी लाहौर, इस्लामाबाद पिंडी, फैसलाबाद, कराची के अंदर एक्सपैंड कर रहे हैं हम इंशाल्लाह अभी इसी महीने। ऑलमोस्ट कोई 100 के स्क्वायर फीट की फुलफिलमेंट स्पेसेस है हमारी, मतलब हमारे मैसिव वेयरहाउसेज़ हैं। जैसे मैंने अभी बता रहा था कि हमारा चूँकि मिशन और विज़न ये है कि हमने लार्जेस्ट असॉर्टमेंट रेंज डिलीवर करनी है, तो उसके लिए हमारे जो वेयरहाउसेज़ का साइज़ होता है वो एक सिटी में मल्टीपल वेयरहाउसेज़ भी होते हैं, लेकिन उनका स्पेस काफ़ी मैसिव ह्यूज होती है वो। और उसके साथ फिर ये है कि हम लोकलाइज़ेशन के ऊपर काफ़ी ज़्यादा बिलीव करते हैं। हमारी वन ऑफ द वेरी फर्स्ट ऑनलाइन ई-कॉमर्स सर्विसेज़ थी जो प्लेटफ़ॉर्म था जिसने उर्दू के अंदर भी अपनी एप्लीकेशन ऑफ़र की थी। तो कस्टमर उसकी वजह से भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा मतलब पाकिस्तान के अंदर मेजॉरिटी कस्टमर्स वो हैं जो शायद इंग्लिश पढ़ भी नहीं सकते वो। तो हमारा फ़ोकस यही है कि हमने पाकिस्तान के मैसेज को रीच करना है और उसके लिए हमें डीप लोकलाइज़ेशन जो है ना वो बहुत ज़रूरी है उसके लिए। और उसके साथ सप्लाई चेन के अंदर हम चूँकि सेम डे शेड्यूल्ड डिलीवरी में ऑपरेट करते हैं, तो इस वजह से एग्रीगेट पिकिंग, एग्रीगेट डिलीवरी, ये सब चीज़ें हमें वो एनेबल करती हैं कि हम अपनी सप्लाई चेन को इतना ऑप्टिमाइज़ करें और उसकी वजह से जो कॉस्ट सेविंग होती है, उसको हम कस्टमर को पास ऑन करें, ताकि वो बेस्ट प्राइसिंग उसको हर लेवल के ऊपर वो मिल सके वो। कमिंग टू द डेटा पार्ट, अगर मैं आपको ओवरव्यू दे दूँ कि किस ग्रोथ रेट से हमारा डेटा जो है वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो ग्रो कर रहा है, उससे आपको आइडिया हो जाएगा कि हमारे पास डेटा का स्केल क्या है वो। तो ये आपको शायद ग्राफ नज़र आ रहा होगा, इसके अंदर Q2 2019 के अंदर हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो 8.2 मिलियन रिक्वेस्ट हैंडल कर रहा था। बाय रिक्वेस्ट आई मीन के आपका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है वो एपीआईज़ मतलब आपके डिफरेंट रिसोर्सेज़ जो हैं वो एप्लीकेशंस पे आईओएस पे, एंड्रॉयड पे, वेब पे जो भी रिसोर्सेज़ आपका जिसे कहते हैं कि इन एप्लीकेशंस या वेब के थ्रू एक्सेस हो रहा होता है, वो उसको हम कहते हैं कि वो एक रिक्वेस्ट है वो। तो वो यानी Q2 2019 के अंदर 8.2 मिलियन रिक्वेस्ट हम हैंडल कर हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैंडल कर रहा था, जो कि अब Q2 2021 के अंदर 331 मिलियन रिक्वेस्ट हैं। इसी तरह से अगर आप इवेंट्स की बात करते हैं, तो इवेंट्स का मतलब ये है कि एप्लीकेशन के अंदर आने के बाद अगर आप एप्लीकेशन यूज़ कर रहे हैं, डिफरेंट आप इंटरैक्शंस कर रहे हैं, मतलब ऐड टू कार्ट करते हैं, लिस्टिंग पे जाते हैं, प्रोडक्ट डिटेल पेज देते हैं, देखते हैं जो भी मतलब जो भी इंटरैक्शन आपकी एप्लीकेशन के अंदर होती है, हर इंटरैक्शन जो है हमारी वो इवेंट की फॉर्म के अंदर हम उसको रिकॉर्ड कर रहे होते हैं वो। तो उसका जो इन्फ्लक्स था 4.3 मिलियन Q2 2019 वर्सेस 172 मिलियन Q2 2021, तो ये ऑलमोस्ट 42x की ग्रोथ है हमारी पिछले 2 सालों के अंदर। तो इसकी वजह से मतलब मैसिव हमारी जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स हमारी जो स्केलेबिलिटी हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के अंदर वो तो डेफ़िनेटली आती है, तभी आप स्केल को हैंडल कर पाते हैं वो। लेकिन ये है कि उसके साथ-साथ आपका जो डेटा एक्वायर हो रहा है हमारा, वो हमारे लिए असल में गोल्ड माइन है, जिसको हम लेवरेज करते हैं अपने यानी पूरे बिज़नेस को फर्दर ऑप्टिमाइज़ करने के लिए वो। तो 3 बेसिकली मेजर सेक्शंस हैं, जिसके अंदर हम अपने इस डेटा को यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं, वो जो 3 मेजर कैटेगरीज़ कह लें आप। जो सबसे पहली यूज़ केस है उसका मतलब इस डेटा का वो ये होता है कि हम अपनी बिज़नेस टीम्स को हम एम्पावर कर रहे होते हैं कि वो ज़्यादा बेहतर डिसीजंस कर सकें वो। यानी फर्स्ट लेवल ये है कि आपका डेटा जो है वो मतलब आपको रियल टाइम डैशबोर्ड्स हम टीम को बिल्ड करके दे रहे होते हैं। यानी हमारी डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, मतलब 8 से 10 मेजर डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, ऑलमोस्ट हमारा टीम साइज़ को 700 प्लस के करीब है अभी। और उसके अंदर हर टीम के अगेंस्ट फिर हमने डिफरेंट केपीआईज़ डिफाइन की हुई होती हैं, टॉप लेवल केपीआईज़ होती हैं, फिर उसकी डिराइव्ड केपीआईज़ होती हैं। इस तरह से मतलब ये है कि आपने जिस बेस के ऊपर अपनी टीम को अकाउंटेबल ठहराना है, उसकी बड़ी क्लियर रियल टाइम विजिबिलिटी आपको इन टर्म्स ऑफ केपीआईज़, डैशबोर्ड्स वो अपनी टीम को एम्पावर करते हैं और वो तो उसकी वजह से जस्ट बाय ट्रैकिंग दीज़ मैट्रिसेस आप अपनी टीम की एफिशिएंसी को इम्प्रूव करना शुरू कर देते हैं वो। और उसके साथ ये है कि आपको अपनी टीम के अंदर एक बड़ा हेल्दी कल्चर डेवलप करना पड़ता है, यानी डेटा से रिलेटेड। अ, मैं आपको एग्ज़ाम्पल देता हूँ, इसके अंदर बेसिकली हम एम्पावर इस तरह से करते हैं अपनी टीम्स को कि हमारी टीम्स के अंदर कोई बंदा भी अगर उसको लगता है कि वो अपना ऑपरेशन रन कर रहा है और उसको अपने ऑपरेशंस को फर्दर ऑप्टिमाइज़ करने के लिए कोई ख़ास डेटा चाहिए, कोई उसको क्वेरी उसके ज़हन में आती है, तो वो हमें रीच आउट कर सकता है वो, यानी हमारी बीआई इंजीनियरिंग टीम को अपनी रिक्वेस्ट जो है वो फॉरवर्ड कर सकता है। तो पॉइंट ये है कि हमने अपनी टीम के अंदर वो हेल्दी कल्चर बिल्ड करना होता है, जो उस कल्चर जो उस जिसे कहते हैं मेंटालिटी को प्रमोट करता है, जो डेटा से फर्दर जो है वो डेटा को फर्दर लेवरेज कर रही होती है अपने ऑपरेशंस को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए। और उसका सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा ये होता है कि बाज़ औक़ात जो टीम मेंबर ऑन द फ्लोर काम कर रहा है, उसके ज़हन में बाज़ औक़ात शायद वो चीज़ें इस तरह की भी आती हैं जो एक हायर मैनेजमेंट लेवल पे कोई बंदा ऑपरेट कर रहा है, उसके ज़हन में वो चीज़ शायद नहीं आएगी वो। तो उसकी वजह से हमने वो एसओपीज़ बनाए, जिसकी वजह से आप रिक्वेस्ट जो है वो हमारे पास रिसीव होती हैं, उसको प्रायोरिटाइज़ करते हैं और अगेन डेटा सिक्योरिटी के एसओपीज़ तो डेफिनिटली इन प्लेस होते हैं कि अगर आप लॉजिस्टिक्स डिपार्टमेंट से हैं, तो आप कोई किसी दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट का डेटा एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते, ना उसको रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। आपकी अपनी जो फ़ील्ड है, उससे रिलेटेड जो डेटा आपको चाहिए, उसके अंदर फर्दर आपको रिपोर्टिंग चाहिए, कुछ नई चीज़ें चाहिए, तो डेफिनिटली हम आपको वो प्रोवाइड कर रहे होते हैं। तो ये हमारा फर्स्ट लेवल है, जिसके अंदर हम कहते हैं कि हमने अपनी बिज़नेस टीम्स को, अपनी लॉजिस्टिक्स को, अपनी जितने डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, उनको हमने एम्पावर करना है ताकि वो बेटर डिसीजंस ले सकें। वो बेटर डिसीजंस इवेंचुअली बिज़नेस की ऑप्टिमाइज़ेशन में कन्वर्ट होते हैं और वो इवेंचुअली हमारी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में इंक्रीज़ इन रेवेन्यू, इंक्रीज़ इन ग्रोथ, हर चीज़ को इफ़ेक्ट करते हैं अगर वो। और जो सेकंड लेवल है, उसके ऊपर हम ये करते हैं कि हम जो हमारे एंड कस्टमर्स हैं उनके लिए हम डेटा को किस तरह से यूज़ करके उनके एक्सपीरियंस को फर्दर इम्प्रूव कर सकें। उसके लिए हम अ, जो एआई-एमएल बेस्ड रिकमेंडेशंस, पर्सनलाइज़ेशंस हम वो यूज़ करते हैं और तीसरे लेवल के ऊपर ये है कि हम अपने ब्रांड्स को एम्पावर कर रहे होते हैं, जो हमारे पार्टनर ब्रांड्स हैं, हमारे मतलब 150 से 200 डिफरेंट सप्लायर्स होते हैं। ब्रांड्स हैं डिफरेंट जिनके साथ हम काम कर रहे होते हैं। तो अगेन हम उनको भी एम्पावर करना चाहते हैं कि वो अपनी डेटा के थ्रू अपनी जो डिसीजंस है वो इम्प्रूव करें और अगेन वो एक मोनेटाइज़्ड हम उसको कर रहे होते हैं। एक सर्टेन अमाउंट को पे करनी पड़ती है, फिर उसके अगेंस्ट उनको कुछ डेटा का एक्सेस मिलता है। लेकिन अगेन ये सब वो डेटा होता है जिसके अंदर कोई भी कस्टमर लेवल की इन्फॉर्मेशन किसी को पास नहीं होती वो। ये एनोनिमाइज़्ड एग्रीगेटेड लेवल का डेटा होता है, जिसके थ्रू वो अपनी डिसीजंस को इम्प्रूव कर रहे होते हैं। अब हम फर्दर इन तीनों स्टेप्स को वन बाय वन थोड़ी डिटेल के अंदर जाएँगे। सबसे पहले हम जो है वो हम किस तरह से अपनी बिज़नेस टीम्स को एम्पावर कर रहे होते हैं बेटर डिसीजंस के लिए। उसके अंदर सबसे पहले हमारी ग्रोथ टीम है। जस्ट टू गिव एन एग्जांपल ग्रोथ टीम बेसिकली क्रॉस सेक्शन होता है मार्केटिंग का, ब्रांडिंग का, डिज़ाइन का, इंजीनियरिंग का, डेटा का। मतलब इसके अंदर कंपनी के हर क्रॉस सेक्शन जो है वो एक तरह से काम कर रहा होता है वो। और इसके लिए जो मेट्रिक्स हैं हमने इनफैक्ट कंपनी के हर डिपार्टमेंट के लिए हमने जो मेट्रिक्स डिफाइन करते हैं उसको हम 2 ब्रॉड लेवल्स पे कैटेगराइज़ कर रहे होते हैं। यानी एक आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स होते हैं और एक इनपुट मैट्रिक्स होते हैं। आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स तो आपका रिज़ल्ट है, लेकिन इनपुट मैट्रिक्स आपके वो मैट्रिक्स होते हैं जो इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे होते हैं आपके आउटपुट्स को वो। यानी जस्ट टू गिव एन एग्जांपल जैसे ऑर्डर्स या रेवेन्यू अ, ये आपके आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स हैं वो। लेकिन ऑर्डर्स कैसे आते हैं, कैसे बढ़ेंगे, कैसे आपका रेवेन्यू इंक्रीज़ होगा, ये आपका डिपेंड करता है इनपुट मैट्रिक्स के ऊपर। तो इनपुट मैट्रिक्स जो ग्रोथ टीम के लिए या इवन किसी भी टीम के लिए हमारा एम्फेसिस ये होता है कि ज़्यादा हम जिसकी बेस के ऊपर केपीआईज़ डिफाइन कर रही होती हैं टीम्स की, वो ज़्यादा इनपुट मैट्रिक्स होते हैं वो। और ग्रोथ टीम के इनपुट मैट्रिक्स क्या होते हैं वो जस्ट मैं आपको चंद एक एग्ज़ाम्पल देता हूँ मैं। कस्टमर एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट क्या चल रही है आपकी? रिपोर्टेड कैग वर्सेस एक्चुअल कैग ये एक बड़ा जिसे कहते हैं कॉमन क्वेश्चन होता है हमारे लिए कि हम ज़्यादा फेसबुक पे स्पेंडिंग कर रहे हैं, हम गूगल पे स्पेंडिंग कर रहे हैं, हम डिफरेंट मार्केटिंग चैनल्स पे स्पेंडिंग कर रहे हैं। तो इन प्लेटफ़ॉर्म्स के अपने कुछ कैग के जिसे कहते हैं कि वो पर ऑर्डर कॉस्ट, पर इंस्टॉल कॉस्ट, पर साइन अप कॉस्ट वो आपको दे रहे होते हैं। लेकिन अनफॉर्च्यूनेटली हम इनके ऊपर ज़्यादा रिलाई कर नहीं सकते क्योंकि कुछ ना कुछ नंबर्स कभी कुक भी हो रहे होते हैं इनके साइड से। उस तरह से कुक नहीं होते लेकिन मतलब शायद इतने एक्यूरेट नहीं होते वो। तो उसके लिए हमें थर्ड पार्टी जिसे कहते हैं कि दरमियान में एट्रिब्यूशन लेयर जो है वो इंट्रोड्यूस करवानी पड़ती हैं, जिसके थ्रू हम एक्चुअल में डिसाइड करते हैं कि आपके एक्चुअल के अंदर क्या है क्या वो। तो अगेन वो सारी जो विजिबिलिटी है उसकी वो ग्रोथ टीम के लिए बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट होती है वो। इसी तरह से डिफरेंट आपके कोहॉर्ट्स, एलटीवी की डिफरेंट जो है वो आपकी जिसे कहते हैं प्रोजेक्शंस आपने किस तरह से हेल्थी एक्विजिशन चैनल्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना है, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। मतलब अगर आपके कस्टमर जो है वो फेसबुक से आ रहे हैं लेकिन आपको यानी एक्विजिशन के टाइम पे उनकी कॉस्ट जो है वो कम लग रही है। आप कह रहे हैं कि यार मेरा बड़ा अच्छा है, चीज़ें स्केल अप कर रही हैं वो लेकिन जो कस्टमर आ रहा है उसकी क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं है। इवेंचुअली M+1, M+2, M+3 रिटेंशन कोहॉर्ट्स के अंदर जाके वो बुरा परफ़ॉर्म कर रहा है वर्सेस कोई दूसरा चैनल है जो शायद आपको थोड़ा-सा एक्सपेंसिव था इनिशियली लेकिन इवेंचुअली वो ज़्यादा जिसे कहते हैं स्टिकी कस्टमर्स लाके दे रहा है। तो आप कहते हैं कि मैं अपना जो डबल डाउन करूँगा, मैं अपने हेल्दी एक्विजिशन चैनल्स के ऊपर शायद ज़्यादा करूँगा। तो इस तरह की सारी जो चीज़ें हैं वो अगेन आपकी ग्रोथ टीम को काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्प कर रही होती हैं। फिर कुछ फ्रॉड को डिटेक्ट करने के लिए डिफरेंट रेशोज़ बिल्ड करनी। तो ये बेसिकली पूरी वो डिफरेंट डैशबोर्ड्स होते हैं जिसके थ्रू हमारी जो ग्रोथ टीम है, वो अपनी डे टू डे बेस के ऊपर जो ऑपरेशंस होती हैं या मंथली या क्वार्टरली गोल्स होती हैं उसको रियल टाइम में ट्रैक कर रहे होते हैं। सेकंड हमारी कैटेगरी टीम अगेन हमने उसी तरह से इनपुट मैट्रिक्स वर्सेस आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स डिवाइड किया हुआ होता है। आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स इनके भी शेयर कर रहे होते हैं ज़ाहिर है ग्रोथ टीम के साथ ऑर्डर्स, रेवेन्यू वो इनका भी गोल होता है। मार्जिन और एवरेज ऑर्डर वैल्यू। लेकिन जो अगेन जैसे मैं कहता हूँ कि हमने जो ज़्यादा कोर फोकस होता है टीम्स के लिए वो ये होता है कि आपके इनपुट मैट्रिक्स क्या हैं, वो इनपुट मैट्रिक्स आप इम्प्रूव करेंगे, तो आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स आपके डेफिनिटली खुद से इम्प्रूव होते हैं फिर वो। कैटेगरी टीम के लिए इनपुट मैट्रिक्स क्या होते हैं? स्टॉक अवेलेबिलिटी मतलब सबसे बड़ा जिसे कहते हैं कि वो गोल होता है कैटेगरी टीम के लिए। मतलब अगर आपने प्रोडक्ट नहीं अपनी बहुत ज़्यादा रख लिया, आपने 10,000 एसक्यूज़ क्लेम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कस्टमर एप्लीकेशन पे आता है और आधी चीज़ें उसको आउट ऑफ स्टॉक मिल रही हैं, तो उनका कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है फिर वो। तो उस चीज़ को स्टॉकिंग के थ्रू बड़ी सोफिस्टिकेटेड रेशियोज़ हैं जिसके थ्रू हम उसको मेजर कर रहे होते हैं और उसका मकसद ये होता है कि अगर आपकी प्रोडक्ट मतलब कुछ घंटे के लिए भी इनएक्टिव रही है, तो आपके उन रेशियोज़ के अंदर वो रिफ्लेक्ट हो रही है और अपनी लॉस सेल परसेंटेज जो है वो जितनी देर के लिए आपने प्रोडक्ट इनएक्टिव रही है, उसकी वजह से क्या इम्पैक्ट आया है बिज़नेस के ऊपर, उसको हम ट्रैक कर रहे होते हैं। इसी तरह अगेन जिस तरह से हमारा मिशन और विज़न में मैंने आपको बताया था कि हमारे लिए असॉर्टमेंट डेज़ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ एक फैक्टर है वो, तो उसको हम ट्रैक कर रहे होते हैं। आपके वीकली सोल्ड एसकेयूज़ क्या हैं? अगर कैटेगरी टीम इंडक्शन उस तरह की प्रोडक्ट की कर रही है जो कि बिक नहीं रहे, तो वो मतलब किसी काम के नहीं है वो। तो आपके वीकली सोल्ड एसकेयूज़ फिर आपने अगर न्यू इंडक्शन करनी है तो क्या चीज़ आप लेके आएँ? उसके लिए कस्टमर का बिहेवियर देखने के लिए आप एक तो एप्लीकेशन से कस्टमर रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा होता है कि मुझे ये आर्टिकल चाहिए, या सेकंड ये होता है कि आपने जो कोई चीज़ सर्च किया है कस्टमर ने और उसको कुछ नहीं मिला, तो इसका मतलब ये था कि उसकी इंटेंट थी लेकिन आपके पास वो चीज़ नहीं है, तो अगेन उसको हम एक ट्रैक कर रहे होते हैं और उसकी बेस के ऊपर आप डिसीजन ले रहे होते हैं कि क्या चीज़ें आपने इंटर करनी है। प्राइस कंपैरेटिवनेस हमारे लिए अगेन बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हम मेक श्योर करना चाहते हैं कि ग्रोसर ऐप पे जो प्रोडक्ट कस्टमर को मिले, वो हम एक बड़े सिस्टमैटिक अप्रोच के थ्रू एक 100% एश्योरेंस के साथ हम कह सकें कि प्राइसिंग जो है ग्रोसर ऐप पे सबसे बेहतर होगी। इसी तरह डेड और स्लो मूविंग आर्टिकल, स्टॉक कवर डेज़, रोटेशन डेज़, ये सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो बेसिकली एम्पावर कर रही होती हैं कैटेगरी टीम को। इसी तरह से लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम हम अपनी लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम को एम्पावर कर रहे होते हैं डेटा के थ्रू, एआई, एमएल बेस्ड आउट प्लानिंग, आपकी ट्रैफिक की सिचुएशन क्या है, आपके ज़ोन्स क्या हैं, मतलब चूँकि हमारे केस के अंदर मतलब एक राइडर एक ऑर्डर डिलीवर नहीं कर रहा होता, बल्कि हम 3 व्हीलर्स पे, 4 व्हीलर्स पे डिलीवरी कर रहे होते हैं। एक वैन के अंदर 20 ऑर्डर्स जा रहे होते हैं और तो इस तरह से वो पूरे जो क्लस्टर्स बनाने वो उसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी होते हैं कि आप अपनी एक एक वैन पे अगर आपने 20 ऑर्डर डिलीवर करने हैं एक स्पेसिफिक एरिया के अंदर, तो आप किस जगह से शुरू करें, फिर अगले किस घर पे जाएँ, फिर अगले किस घर पे जाएँ और इस तरह करके आप मिनिमम टाइम के अंदर वापस अपने वेयरहाउस के अंदर आ सकें वो। तो ये उनके लिए हमने बिल्ड की, फिर साथ ये कि इनपुट आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स अगेन वही चीज़ लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम के लिए भी मिसिंग डैमेज की कंप्लेंट्स हम काफ़ी क्लोज़ली ट्रैक करते हैं लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम के लिए। हैंडओवर टू ऑन टाइम, ऑन रोड टाइम के मतलब वेयरहाउस के अंदर जब चीज़ें आपको मिल रही थी क्योंकि हमारे केस के अंदर अगेन फिर ये होता है कि आपने मल्टीपल ऑर्डर्स राइडर ने जाके पिक करने होते हैं वेयरहाउस से, तो उसके अंदर उसकी एफिशिएंसी के अंदर हम उसको एप्लीकेशंस के थ्रू भी हेल्प कर रहे होते हैं, लेकिन हम ये ट्रैक भी करना चाहते हैं कि वेयरहाउस के अंदर उसको जब परमिशन मिल गई और उसको पिक करने की, वो कितने टाइम में रोड पे था। इस तरह के डिफरेंट जो इनपुट मैट्रिक्स हैं, वो हम लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम के लिए भी देख रहे होते हैं और आउटपुट मैट्रिक्स के अंदर हमारा ऑन टाइम डिलीवरी और फिर अगेन उसका ब्रेकडाउन वगैरह स्लॉट वाइज़ हम देख रहे होते हैं। तो ये मैंने आपको एग्ज़ाम्पल दिए हैं हमारे 3 डिपार्टमेंट्स की। इसी तरह से हर डिपार्टमेंट के लिए हमने एक बहुत डिटेल्ड डैशबोर्ड्स और रियल टाइम रिपोर्ट्स हमने बिल्ड की होती हैं। और कमिंग टू द सेकंड कैटेगरी जहाँ पे हम डेटा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं, हम अपने डेटा के थ्रू कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस को इम्प्रूव करने की हम काफ़ी ज़्यादा कोशिश करते हैं। पिछले साल हमने बिल्ड किया था एडब्ल्यूएस का एआई/एमएल बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन है, एडब्ल्यूएस पर्सनलाइज़ का, वो हमने पाकिस्तान में सबसे पहले इम्प्लीमेंट किया। और इवेंचुअली उसने हमें अगले कुछ महीनों के अंदर हमारा एओवी के अंदर हमें जंप दिया उसने। और अगेन इसका एक तो मकसद ये होता है कि एवरेज ऑर्डर वैल्यू के अंदर आपको जंप मिलता है, तो ये इसका डायरेक्ट आपका रिलेशन जो है वो आपके रेवेन्यू के साथ होता है। लेकिन उसके साथ हमारा एक दूसरा जो इसका मकसद था वो ये था कि हमने कस्टमर का एक्सपीरियंस जो है हमारे लिए, एक कस्टमर अगर आके हमारी एप्लीकेशन पे आता है और उसने 20,000 का ऑर्डर बिल्ड करना है, तो आइडियली हम ये चाहते हैं कि वो मिनिमम टाइम के अंदर बिल्ड कर सके वो, मतलब वो कैटेगरी से जाके एक्सप्लोर करेगा, वो सर्च करेगा चीज़ों को डेफ़िनेटली, लेकिन अगर कहीं पे हम उसको ऐसी इंटेलिजेंट रिकमेंडेशंस दे सकते हैं कि अगर वो मतलब ब्रेड ले रहा है तो साथ उसको हम कहीं अंडे भी दिखा सकते हो, हम जैसे कहते हैं कोई बर्गर पैटीज़ ले रहा है तो साथ उसको कोई चीज़ भी दिखा सकते हो हम। तो इस तरह की जो पूरी रिकमेंडेशंस हैं, उसका एक मकसद अगेन वही है कि आपने अगर बिगर बास्केट बिल्ड करनी है, तो आपका सिस्टम इतना इंटेलिजेंट हो कि वो आपको हेल्प कर रहा हो, ताकि आप अपनी जो बिगर बास्केट है, वो ज़्यादा जल्दी से जल्दी आप बिल्ड कर सकें वो। और 3 लेवल के ऊपर हमने इसको यूज़ किया था। सिमिलर प्रोडक्ट्स की रिकमेंडेशंस हमने बिल्ड की, प्रोडक्ट एफिनिटीज़ जो हैं, उसके थ्रू हमने अ अ, वो प्रोडक्ट डिटेल पेजेस के ऊपर आपको नज़र आ रही होती हैं ये। मतलब एक प्रोडक्ट आपने खरीद लिया तो उस तरह की कौन-सी ऐसी और प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो कस्टमर्स खरीद रहे हैं। सर्च पेज के ऊपर अगर आप कुछ चीज़ ऐड टू कार्ट करते हैं तो उसके साथ आपको सिमिलर प्रोडक्ट्स नज़र आ रही होती हैं। होम पेज के ऊपर हम कस्टमर की जो पर्सनलाइज़्ड और यूज़र रिकमेंडेशन है कि आपकी अपनी बाइंग हिस्ट्री क्या है, आपकी लाइकिंग्स क्या है, आपकी ज्योग्राफी क्या है, मतलब डिफरेंट पैरामीटर्स हैं, उनकी बेस के ऊपर आपको एक पर्सनलाइज़्ड रिकमेंडेशन हम दे रहे होते हैं। तो ये सेकंड लेवल है जिस पे हम उसको लेवरेज कर रहे होते हैं। थर्ड लेवल के ऊपर अगर आते हैं तो हम अपने ब्रांड्स को एम्पावर करना चाहते हैं और उसके लिए हम उनको ऐप के अंदर रियल एस्टेट ऑफ़र करते हैं। मतलब ब्रांड्स हमारे साथ को-मार्केटिंग कैम्पेन्स रन कर सकते हैं, बैनर्स जो है वो हमसे ले सकते हैं। पोज़ीशनिंग, लिस्टिंग पेजेस के अंदर आपकी रैंकिंग, आपके फीचर प्रोडक्ट्स, तो ये हमारे पूरे पैकेजेज़ होते हैं जिसके साथ फिर हम क्यूरेटेड ऑडियंस को अगर आपने टारगेट करना है किसी स्पेसिफिक लोकेलिटी के अंदर और उनको आपने कोई अपनी प्रोडक्ट है उसके ऊपर आपकी इतनी अच्छी ऑफर आ रही है मतलब कोक के ऊपर अगर 10% ऑफ ऑफ देना चाह रहे हैं किसी और प्रोडक्ट पे देना चाह रहे हैं और आप कहते हैं कि मैंने इस स्पेसिफिक एरिया के अंदर कस्टमर्स को जिसे कहते हैं अपनी प्रोडक्ट की पेनिट्रेशन को इंक्रीज करवाना है तो अगेन हमारे साथ पार्टनर कर सकते हैं आप वो इसी तरह से अपनी कैटेगरी के अंदर अगर ब्रांड अपना मार्केट शेयर जानना चाहे तो अगेन वो एक ऑप्शन होती है सर्वे सैंपल एक्टिविटीज़ हम करते हैं लेकिन थोड़ी-सी इसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी कम होती है। लेकिन अगेन ये पूरे पैकेजेज़ होते हैं, जो पैकेज हम एक ब्रांड को सेल करते हैं और ब्रांड हमारे लिए एक अच्छे खासे अमाउंट पे करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं। हमारी जिसे कहते हैं कि पार्टनरशिप्स फिर डिफरेंट ब्रांड्स के साथ होती हैं, वो हमें ऑनलाइन स्पेंडिंग के अंदर उसको कंपनसेट कर रहे होते हैं, बैक मार्जिन्स के अंदर इवन डिफरेंट आउटडोर कैंपेन्स के अंदर भी उसको फिर वो ऑफर कर रहे होते हैं। अब कमिंग टू द क्वेश्चन कि अब ये जो डेटा है, उस डेटा को हम स्टोर कैसे कर रहे होते हैं और जिस तरह से आपको हमने देखा कि पिछले 2 साल के अंदर 42x की ग्रोथ है वो, तो वो एक मैसिव ग्रोथ इन डेटा है, तो उस डेटा की ग्रोथ को सस्टेनेबली कैसे आपने हैंडल करना है? तो सबसे पहली चीज़ तो ये होती है कि आपका जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो वो स्केलेबल होना चाहिए। क्योंकि अगर आप मतलब कस्टमर्स की इंटरैक्शंस जो है वो इवेंट्स पे कैप्चर कर रहे हैं और कस्टमर्स का मतलब इन्फ्लक्स बहुत ज़्यादा आ रहा है, तो अगर आपका आर्किटेक्चर स्केलेबल नहीं होगा तो कस्टमर का जो यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस है, वो स्लो होगा वो लैगी होगा वो। तो वो डेफ़िनिटली कभी भी नहीं होना चाहिए। और अपनी जो एप्लीकेशंस के अंदर से आप कोशिश ये करते हैं कि अपना मैक्सिमम डेटा कैप्चर करें ताकि उसके थ्रू फिर ये अगेन जो सारी चीज़ें हमने डिस्कस की हैं, वो आपको तभी पॉसिबल होती हैं जब आप कोई डेटा मिस ना कर रहे हो उसमें कैप्चर करने के अंदर। और एक ब्रीफ अगर मैं आपको ओवरव्यू दे दूँ, इससे हमारा जिसे कहते हैं कि डेटा हम कैप्चर कर रहे होते हैं, डेटा ऑपरेट कैसे कर रहा है। उसके अंदर 2 ब्रॉड कैटेगरीज़ हैं डेटा की, यानी एक हम कहते हैं कि फर्स्ट पार्टनर जो हमारा इन हाउस डेटा है, जिसके अंदर हमारा ट्रांज़ैक्शनल डेटाबेस आती है, आपकी जो एप्लीकेशन के अंदर से वेब से जो इवेंट्स जनरेट हो रहे होते हैं, जो कि मिलियंस के अंदर हैं। इससे ज़्यादा डिफरेंट चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन वो चीज़ें जिसके ऊपर डायरेक्ट हमारा कंट्रोल है, उसको हम कहते हैं कि फ 1P डेटा। फिर आता है हमारा आपका 3P डेटा है जिसके अंदर हमारी जो मार्केटिंग कैंपेन्स हम रन कर रहे हैं मतलब थर्ड पार्टी बेशुमार टूल्स जो हम यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं। जस्ट टू गिव एन एग्जांपल मतलब आप गूगल सर्च कंसोल है, गूगल एनालिटिक्स है, मतलब आपके एट्रिब्यूशन प्लेटफ़ॉर्म्स हैं, आप डिफरेंट मतलब अपने सीआरएम्स यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं। अपनी कस्टमर सपोर्ट के लिए जैसे हम ज़ेंडर्स यूज़ करते हैं, उसका डेटा होता है। मेजरली इसके अंदर मार्केटिंग के प्लेटफ़ॉर्म्स हैं, उनका डेटा आ रहा होता है, तो ये सब थर्ड पार्टी डेटा होता है। तो इसको हम फर्स्ट पार्टी डेटा एंड थर्ड पार्टी डेटा इन दोनों को हम ईटीएल पाइपलाइंस के थ्रू अपने रेडशिफ्ट के डेटा वेयरहाउस के अंदर हम ला रहे होते हैं। और अगेन रेडशिफ्ट डेटा वेयरहाउस पे शिफ्ट होने की एक वजह तो ये थी कि हमारा काफ़ी मैसिवली स्केलेबल होता है और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव होता है। और सेकेंडली मतलब आपको 1P और 3P डेटा चाहिए क्यों मतलब एक सिंगल वेयरहाउस के अंदर, डेटा वेयरहाउस के अंदर? तो उसकी वजह ये होती है कि आपको हर सोर्स का डेटा डिफरेंट स्कीमास के अंदर जब आप रखते हैं एक एक डेटा वेयरहाउस के अंदर, तो वो आपको एम्पावर करता है कि अब अक्रॉस द सोर्सेज आप ज्वाइन करके डेटा को अपने बड़े डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन जो है वो पूछ सकते हैं, वो जो कि अदरवाइज आपके लिए पूछना मुश्किल होता है। वो जैसे मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि लेट्स से हम कहते हैं कि हमारी मार्केटिंग टीम हमें आज कहती है कि जी हमें वो कस्टमर जिन्होंने फेसबुक के थ्रू वन डे व्यू थ्रू एट्रीब्यूशन के थ्रू एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल की थी, उनका M+3 का रिटेंशन रेट कंपेयर करके बताएं हमें उन कस्टमर से जो कि हमने गूगल के थ्रू एक्वायर किए थे वन डे व्यू थ्रू एट्रीब्यूशन के थ्रू ही, तो हम उसका एनालिसिस करना चाहते हैं। अब या ये एक जिसे कहते हैं एक बेसिक क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन इस तरह के डिफरेंट क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जिसके अंदर आपको अपनी जो फर्स्ट पार्टी डेटा है, कुछ आपके क्यूरी के पार्ट्स उससे रिलेटेड होते हैं, कुछ आपके क्यूरी के पार्ट्स होते हैं जो थर्ड पार्टी डेटा से रिलेटेड होते हैं। तो जब आपके पास एक कंबाइंड डेटा अवेलेबल होता है एक वेयरहाउस के अंदर, तो आपके लिए इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस को आंसर करना जो है वो आसान होता है। नाउ कमिंग टू द लास्ट पार्ट कि कैसे हमारी टीम जो है वो डेटा एक्सेस कर रही होती है। मतलब हम सबसे ज़्यादा तो रीडैश यूज़ करते हैं हम वो। रीडैश एक ओपन सोर्स टूल भी है और इसकी होस्टेड सॉल्यूशन भी होता है इसका। और उसके अलावा हम जिसे कहते हैं टैबलू भी यूज़ करते हैं, गूगल डेटा स्टूडियो भी यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं। इसके अलावा हम जैसे कहते हैं कि अगेन हमारा मकसद ये होता है कि हमने सिस्टम वो बिल्ड करें जो स्केलेबल भी हो, यानी अगर आपकी टीम जो है वो 50 लोगों की टीम एक्सेस कर रही है वर्सेस 150 की टीम एक्सेस कर रही है, तो आपका जो भी प्लेटफॉर्म आप चूज करते हैं वो उसके अंदर इतनी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, इतनी स्केलेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए कि वो आपकी हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल दोनों साइड की ग्रोथ को जो है वो सपोर्ट कर सके। तो ये था इंट्रोडक्शन और कुछ डिस्कशन कैसे हम डेटा को यूज़ कर रहे हैं, उसको कैश में टर्न कर रहे हैं। थैंक्स अ लॉट, थैंक्स अ लॉट। सुमामा म्यूट है आप शायद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation for our audience. We are glad to have you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Moving towards our very special speaker from Amazon Web Services, Mr. Dhoni. Mr. Dhoni Prokaso is a software engineer, self-proclaimed barista, cafe racer enthusiast, and a senior developer advocate at AWS. He has more than 17 years of experience in the technology industry, from telecommunications, banking to startups. He is now focusing on helping the developers to understand varieties of technology to transform their ideas into execution. Mr. Dhoni loves coffee and any discussion of any topics from microservices to AI ML. We are glad to have you here, sir. Over to you. Sir, I guess you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Sumama, for the brief introduction. Super excited to be part of AWS Community Day Pakistan. Let's get started. Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining AWS Community Day Pakistan, and big congrats to the AWS User Group Pakistan as the organizer, as this is the very first AWS Community Day ever held in Pakistan. So thank you. And I guess this is a big win for community in Pakistan, as it is a testament on how vibrant and enthusiastic the community in Pakistan. So congratulations. Okay, so regarding the session, what if I told you that you can easily build your website fully integrated with API without managing your infrastructure and just pay for what you use, right? And that's exactly what we're going to discuss for today. So in today's session, I'd like to elaborate on why you will gain lots of advantages on using AWS serverless services as the base computing for your application. So that's why the title is Let's Build Serverless Application. And throughout the session, I'll take you on my journey of building a serverless voting applications that you can try, and also comes with rationally and technical reasonings why I chose some particular serverless services from AWS. So, quick introduction of myself. My name is Doni Prakoso. I'm AWS Senior Developer Advocate covering for ASEAN. And for the past 16 years, I've been building services and solutions for various industries ranging from banking, telco to startups. And especially for startups, before I joined AWS, I was technical advisor for several startups in various verticals such as media entertainment, e-commerce, digital agency, and machine learning based startups. Most of them were based in Indonesia, and few of them were based in Europe. My specialization is microservices, event-driven architecture, and all sorts related to containers and serverless. So, if at some point you have a questions related to those fields and you don't have any time to post it here in these sessions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn and Twitter. At the end of the session, so this is the key takeaways for you. You will understand why serverless computing could be your primary strategy to ship your application to market. You will also understand which AWS services that you need to use. And lastly, you will understand why implementing infrastructure as code for your serverless application is one of the best practice. It's going to be really, really fun. And this is the agenda that I have for you today. As you can see, it's pretty concise. First, we're going to lay foundation about serverless computing. I will not dive deep into this, but just to emphasize a couple of things that quite fundamental in serverless development. And then we're going to go to the rest of the session by reviewing the architecture to implement an application that I have prepared. And I will share my perspective when building applications and how I construct the whole architecture, as well as serverless services that I choose and what's the rationale behind. And all of these demos will include code, so you know the steps required as well as the end-to-end processes to deploy the application. Right? Sounds fun? Let's get started. First, let's talk about serverless services. Okay, now when it comes to serverless computing, most of us will think that, oh, it's all about AWS Lambda. In fact, serverless is more than AWS Lambda. It's way more than computing. And while many developers associate serverless with Lambda, there are actually serverless services at all layers of the stack. And yes, AWS Lambda becomes the key service in serverless computing, but it is really when all these other components surround Lambda that we start integrating, we will see much bigger benefits. Starting from database, messaging, orchestration, storage, and compute together, they are the secret sauce. And when all of these components come together, then we really start to see big gains from scalability, reliability to increasing the development velocity. And the idea behind serverless services is really simple. It's to offload all the required details of the operation and just use services that you need to get the job done. And that means by adopting serverless services, it helps you to focus on your development and lets AWS scales the required resources for you. And as mentioned, one particular reason why we will have more benefits by integrating all of these components, and this is also why developers are adopting serverless computing, is that serverless reduce your operational load. And by delegating the operational load to serverless services from AWS, it allows us to focus on building applications and creating value for our customers rather than managing and scaling the infrastructure to support the application. And with serverless computing, we simply deploy our code, configure the integration, and record database, and that's it. So we can let our application run and scale, so we can focus more on building new features. We only pay for what we use. We don't need to provision any infrastructure and less day-to-day operation. And this is the key in modern application development mindset. Delegate as much as you can so you can focus more on your products. Okay, so and for today's session, we'll be going through on how that we can build a faulting application by adopting serverless services. So I'm going to show you, here you go. Okay, so this is a simple application that lets you vote which IDE is your preference. So if I click this button, it will process my vote, adding increment for this particular option and sending the response back to the web. And so we can see how many votes that we have. That's really simple. Okay. Oh, I have a better idea. You can try this by yourself. I'm going to paste it here. Here's the demo. So you can try, you can vote your IDA of your preferences just to test it out. Okay. So behind the application, we are going to use a couple of AWS services. First, to host the website, I'm going to use AWS Amplify. Then the static website that's being hosted by AWS Amplify will connect through the API. And to run the API, I use Amazon API Gateway as a centralized service to route the HTTP requests coming from the web application. And each of the URL path will trigger AWS Lambda. There are two AWS Lambda functions in this demo. The first one is to process the vote. And this Lambda function will trigger if there's any request going through the /vote/URI, process the request, and increment the data into Amazon DynamoDB. And furthermore, it also get all the data from the DynamoDB so we can see the results. Then the other AWS Lambda function will list us all options from the DynamoDB, so the web application can present them and letting us to vote. And all of these applications that I will show you will be using AWS CDK as the primary tooling to provision the resources as well as deployment. Okay, first let's talk about AWS CDK as we're going to heavily use this to provision all resources. Okay, so the AWS CDK stands for AWS Cloud Development Kit. It is an open source software development framework to model and provision your cloud application resources using familiar programming languages. So in a nutshell, with AWS CDK, you can provision the required resources in different programming languages, such as Python. I'm going to use Python. You can also use JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, or C#. And with CDK, you will be much, much faster than using the manual toolings because you work with your familiar language and concepts, classes, and method without context switching. You also have all the tool support from the programming language, such as autocomplete, inline documentation, testing, linting, debugger. And most important part is that you are able to build your abstraction and components of the infrastructure and application. And one thing that I really like in AWS CDK is that it provides abstraction, so we don't need to read a lot of documentation and can easily start quickly. To simply put, AWS CDK is magic, and I highly recommend this for all of developers who are building with AWS. Okay, so to give you a quick overview on how AWS CDK could fit into the workflow, let me share with you the typical development process with AWS CDK. So we start our project by executing CDK init that will generate a project structure for our programming language. And we can start creating our app, add stacks, construct, and resources. And once that we are done, we have to build the project. Like if you're using TypeScript, you can use the npm run build command. And then we need to synthesize our code to CloudFormation template. And to do so, we need to run CDK synth. And this will generate CloudFormation templates and assets. We call this bundle as Cloud Assembly. And before we deploy, we can inspect what will change if we deploy this Cloud Assembly, which resources will be deleted, updated, or created. And lastly, with CDK deploy, we push the changes to the AWS CloudFormation, and from there, the service will create cloud resources in our AWS account. That's pretty much it. You can customize where you're going to use AWS CDK. You can integrate CDK with the CI/CD process that you already have, or just one-off process by simply executing CDK deploy. So let me show you how AWS CDK looks like. Okay, so I hope so we're going to see the terminal. Hopefully that you can see terminal, or if not, just comment on the comment box if you need me to zoom in. So here I am. I have this application. So this is the applications that I already posted on the GitHub here. So the way I structure my application is by having a web API and CDK. Right, this is the main CDK application. And you might be wondering why I'm using CDK. It's simply because with CDK that you can easily with CDK, you can easily model your resources. Like for example, in this application, I'm using IAM, AWS Lambda, DynamoDB, and API Gateway, right? So like for example, I can easily model the DynamoDB with this with this code, right? I'm defining the DynamoDB, the removal policy, read capacity, and also write capacity. And I can also define the IAM roles here. Let's in this context, I'm providing AWS Lambda permissions to write on CloudWatch and also on DynamoDB. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. This is really cool. So you can model your cloud resources easily with AWS CDK, right? And if you want to generate the cloud formation, you can easily trigger CDK send, and it's going to send out all this information in this folder, right? You can have this floating app API template, right? And then you can easily just pass it to cloud formation, and it's going to generate everything for you. Okay. Okay. So now we know that how AWS CDK can help us to provision the resources that we need. And the next thing that we need to do is to map this architecture into AWS services as well as modeling this with AWS CDK. Now let's see how we can do that in practice. Now what you see on the screen is the typical architecture that most of our customers use when they just getting started. We have client from the left side calling the accessing the web page or from the internet, and then the web application is going to call the API. That's why we have backend and the backend connecting to the database. Now the next question is how that we can build application using AWS services, serverless services. What are the options, right? So let's talk about front end. Now, talking about front end, there are two services that you can use. The first one is AWS Amplify, and the other one is Amazon S3. In a nutshell, you can use AWS Amplify if you prefer to have one-stop solution or a service as hub for creating your application. If that's what you need, then Amplify is just perfect for you. However, some developers prefer to have more granular control, more flexibility for customization, and you can use Amazon S3 to do that. AWS Amplify also use Amazon S3, but it's abstract away all the complexity so you don't have to. Now, let's talk about Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is an object storage built to store and retrieve any amount of data from anywhere. So with Amazon S3, you practically have virtually unlimited storage. And you can use S3 to host your HTML files, JavaScript files, images, basically all of the files. It can hold any kind of files. And another key service, if you choose to prefer flexibility and using Amazon S3, is Amazon CloudFront. So CloudFront is a CDN that delivers static and dynamic web content, video streams, and APIs around the world securely and at scale. And by integrating S3 and CloudFront, you can create an effective hosting for static site. But if you don't need that, you can use AWS Amplify. So Amplify is the fastest and easiest way to build mobile and web applications that scale. It has a set of tools, services that you can use one by one or even all together. And the idea of Amplify is to help you to build scalable full stack applications on AWS. Now, with Amplify, you can host your website in two ways. You can use the Amplify frameworks, or you can use the hosting features. Right. So let's jump into the demo to see how that we can use AWS Amplify to host our website. So you know that I have this GitHub repo. I have this floating web. I have this package.json that I have couple of npm comments on it, and then I also have the base file, which is the index.html. And with AWS Amplify, we can simply integrate the GitHub repo and AWS Amplify to host our website. And this is really amazing. Why? Because we don't need to configure everything manually. And there are a few things that I really love with AWS Amplify is that you can quickly set up your application. And this is the application that I have. I have two branches. I have main and also I have a production, right? And you can see on the right side, everything is already been configured for CI/CD. So if you commit your code into your GitHub repo, it's going to automatically trigger the pipelines. So let's do that. So let's see that I have this floating web, right? And then I want to change one thing. I want to make it more to be medium. That's it. And now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to um, commit and push demo amplify. Yeah, right. So what I'm doing now is that I'm going to push everything into GitHub. I think it's already done. And you can see that now it's trying to provision the build environment for us. And then it's going through the build stages, deploy, and verify, which is really amazing. There are a couple of features that you can use in AWS Amplify that I don't think that we have much time for that. But yeah, so if you are trying to host your website, Amplify is your go-to service. Okay. Okay, so we've done on the website. Now we know that we are going to use AWS Amplify to host our website. And the next thing is we need to talk about is the database. Yeah, so now if we look broadly across the industry, we see something like more than 300 different database options out there today. But they broadly will fit into one of these categories, like relational, key value, document, in-memory, graph, time series, and ledger. Now, each of these data models is built for a specific purpose, each with their own specific use case. And this is one good advice for you. If you're building applications, use the database that fits your use cases. You cannot rely on RDBMS simply because you only knew about PostgreSQL or MySQL. Probably NoSQL is a better fit for your application, or even GraphDB. So by understanding your use cases and which database to use, you never have to compromise on functionality, performance, or scaling the database. Now, and what's more interesting about how we use database is the application. In the application, is the majority of our use cases usually falls into of these two database models, relational or key value. And if you look closer into your application, you will see that most of your operations is actually getting key and value, right? And so that's why AWS built Amazon DynamoDB. And this is a really important service for you to get started. Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service running in the AWS cloud. Now, the complexity of running a massively scalable distributed NoSQL database is managed by the DynamoDB itself. And this allows you as developer to focus on building applications rather than managing infrastructure. Now, with DynamoDB, you need only to learn DynamoDB's straightforward API using the SDK for the programming language of choice, and also cost effective. With DynamoDB, you pay for the storage you are consuming and the I/O throughput you have provisioned. It also enables an application to seamlessly grow to support millions of users, and is secure with support for end-to-end encryption and fine-grained access control. You have those kind of features with DynamoDB, and you only need to integrate with the API. Okay, so now we already know that we're going to use Amazon DynamoDB for our database. Let me do time check. Okay, so I'm going to combine all the demo at the end of the session because I have a couple of slides to present to you. Okay, so now we know the hosting we're using AWS Amplify, and the database we are using Amazon DynamoDB. But how about the backend? Now, one particular service that is a Swiss Army tool for any kind of serverless application is AWS Lambda. And AWS Lambda may be the best option for you for a couple of reasons. First, with AWS Lambda, you can run your code without needing to manage the server. All you need to do is upload your function code, and AWS Lambda does the rest. And not only that, AWS Lambda will also perform scaling according to the requests received, from only 10 requests to 1 million requests. And we don't need to do additional configuration, installation, or server management. You can also write your Lambda functions in multiple runtimes, such as Python, Go, and even bring your own custom runtime. Now, deployment-wise, you have flexibility to write code, inline package them using zip file, or streamline with your CI/CD by using container image. Now, one important concept in AWS Lambda is events. So AWS Lambda is a function, and to run it, it must get a signal. These signals are called events, and it can take any form. Like, for example, event could be an HTTP request coming from API gateway, or when you upload a file to Amazon S3, or to consume event from producer using PubSub communication. Right? It's really versatile service for you when you want to run your business logic without thinking about managing infrastructure. And yeah, we APIs are the front door for our modern applications. And now the next question is that what kind of service that we can use to build the API gateway. Now, one really important service for you to get started is Amazon API Gateway. So Amazon API Gateway it did not define the API space, but because API Gateway has existed for a long time. But it's really unique because it fits inside the box of what is serverless and has a number of capabilities that are only possible inside of AWS environment. Like for example, with Amazon API Gateway, you are protected from DDoS or throttling and usage tiers at a very large scale, but not costing you anything when you're not running it. You can configure to have edge endpoints with CDN, regions points that only exist in AWS region. You can also build a private or even a WebSocket API with Amazon API Gateway. So when it comes to web applications, API Gateway can also handle your inbound application routing with authentication and authorization for every request. And then the business logic is served by AWS Lambda. Yeah, so now we have the full architecture. We have Amplify to host our web application. To communicate with our backend, we have Amazon API Gateway integrated with AWS Lambda. And within the AWS Lambda, we have Amazon DynamoDB as a database. So it interacts with Amazon DynamoDB to save, store, and list all the options. Okay, so let me do a time check. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes left. Okay, so next thing that I'm going to do, because we have a couple of minutes now, I'm going to walk you through on the code that I'm using to build this application. Okay, so now we are in the root folder. So we have this Forting API, which is the Lambda function. I have two function over here. I have these get options and also vote options. So you're probably wondering on how that we can use AWS Lambda to process our business logic. It's very simple. All you see here is a functions. It's a set of functions. Like for example, this is the main handler. And this handler, this function is going to be triggered when Amazon API Gateway send a request, as HTTP request. In this case, it's on the get method, right? And then from within this block, you can see that I'm just doing a simple operation, which is the list data, which is calling this function, which is going to connect to the DynamoDB and list all the options, right? So let's see the other application. In this case, is the fourth option, which is going to add the increment. Same thing with the options. It has the handler, right? And then I also just need to add the increments into our DynamoDB. And then for our CDK application, here I'm going to run it through one by one, just to make it clear. Here I define the DynamoDB, yeah, and then I define the RM permission for AWS Lambda to write to Amazon CloudWatch for logging and also getting access to DynamoDB. Here I am using I'm defining two Lambda functions, which is vote and options that you can see in this case is that I'm referring to the folder where the function resides. And I am adding the environment variables for those DynamoDB, for each one of them. And then next one is that I'm creating the API gateway. Yes, you can also build API gateway with CDK. I'm creating API gateway. I'm defining the integration. I'm adding the URI and I'm adding the post and get method, each of which going to integrate with AWS Lambda function. And that's pretty much it. This is our backend and it's really exciting. And lastly, that I want to show you, when we're building a product, we usually create multiple environments. We have staging, right? We also have production. And how to do that with AWS CDK? Simply by naming them with the different, there are various ways, of course. This is one of the way that you can do it. You can define them by using different variables, which is prod and staging, right? And then now, if we list out all of the stacks, sorry. Okay, so now if we list all of the stacks within this CDK stack, what we can see that we have two environments. We have prod API and we have the floating app staging API. And we simply need to deploy like for the production. I want to deploy for the production. I just simply needs to execute that, right? And then what's going to do is going to deploy, right? This is really amazing. So, and then you can see that here we have two DynamoDB. This one is called Floating App Staging App API DB, like what we have seen on the CDK. And this one is Floating App Prod API DB as well. And we also have this Lambda function. This Lambda functions, which is being provisioned by the AWS CDK. So, and then you can see here. Let me see if any one of you have voted anything. Okay, so you can do here, you can just simply vote it, right? Super easy. Now, so now the next thing is that I want to show you is actually on how that you can destroy all those stacks if you already finish. And to do that, what you need to do is simply to like for example, I'm going to you need to do that. You just simply to execute cdk destroy command, and that's it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let me see if there's any comments. Oh, is obviously Mr. Needlove. I can have this. I can share with you the code repo after this end of the session. Actually already have it on my GitHub, but I'm going to share with all of you. So yeah, that's demo. That demo ends the today's session, and thank you so much, guys, for attending my session. And hopefully, this gives you insight on how that you can build your serverless application and also combine it with infrastructure as code with AWS CDK. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank,
good weekend.
thank you, Mr. Donny. Thank you for this wonderful session. We were glad to have you on our AWS Community Day
Thank
Pakistan
you,
virtual
Sumama.
edition. Moving towards our next speaker, Mr. Abdullah Jamshed. Mr. Abdullah Jamshed has over 14 years of experience working in IT, the last 8 years being hands-on with AWS services. He has worked on AWS in a variety of roles as an engineer, solutions architect, pre-sales, client management, and mentor. Coming from a developer background, he joined the IT industry immediately after completing his bachelor's from LUMS and currently leading the AWS team at Systems Limited. We are glad to have you, sir. And over to you.
Thank you, Samama. Can you hear me? Can you please confirm?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Okay,
You
let
can
me
also share
share
your
my
screen.
screen. Okay, just give me a second. Okay. Yep. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
I've opened PowerPoint. Okay. So thanks, Samama, for the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So what I'll be talking about today is running cloud operations for billion-dollar businesses using AWS. So in my career, I've been lucky enough to work with a few organizations with a massive investment on AWS. So they have been either working for a long time in AWS or they're recent, they've recently shifted to the cloud, but then they've decided that maybe the technology is just so good that they want to move their entire businesses and all of their applications to the cloud, and that over time it builds up into a really massive scale, and that's where the problems start coming in. That's where the lack of resources or the lack of expertise starts showing up in their cloud infrastructure. So what I'll be talking about today is how we can manage infrastructures that are deployed on the cloud and are at such a scale that it's no longer possible for businesses to just have their internal IT departments manage it, and then they outsource to other businesses. And how do you manage and how do you keep everything in order? How do you have all the checks and balances to make sure that the management is satisfied with the move and then their option to AWS? So I'll just give you a quick background before we start. So what do businesses do when they've decided to adopt to the cloud and once they shift to AWS? So they have their applications and they have their data centers. They have their on-premise servers, and from there they decide that rather than focusing on infrastructure all of the time, and rather than spending so much money on administrators, whether that's DB administrators or application administrators. So rather than focusing on just the infrastructure and the management, they want to switch to the development aspect of it, and they want to spend more time developing features rather than managing features. So that's a key motivator to move to the cloud. There's a return of investments. Obviously, there's a factor in which they need to decide just how much they can invest in their businesses before the return on investment starts showing up. And then from a business angle and from a monetary aspect, it starts making sense. They want to constantly evolve their solutions. They want to make sure that the technology and the architecture that they're using is still the latest and greatest, and they're not falling behind in the race. All of their tools and technologies, they're up to date. They're using the latest. For example, using the latest patches. They're using the latest versions of the technologies that they're using. If there's a better, quicker, faster solution, they want to be on board with whatever the latest features that the cloud is offering. So these are some of the key motivators that makes them want to switch from their private data centers to the cloud. So what happens when they move to the cloud? First thing is they start incurring costs. So they deploy their hundreds of servers. They have their thousands of databases. They have multiple applications. They have multiple users, and all of that balloons up into cost on the cloud that can be hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions per month that they started to incur. They don't have the proper resources and they don't have the proper expertise to manage all of that. So we've seen before, we've seen in the industry what happens is people adopt the cloud. They've heard of a couple of services. So for example, if you talk about AWS, there's an EC2 service, which is their servers. There's RDS, or maybe there's Redshift that they're using for the database and data warehousing needs. And what happens is there's no proper guidance, or there's no proper guideline that allows these businesses to pick the right resources. There's just their IT engineers that are using the cloud for the first time. There's just the regular AWS documentation or a quick Google search that allows them to spin up servers. But then there's a lack of knowledge on resources like the well-architected framework which AWS provides, or there may be best practices, there may be optimizations that they're missing. And these are the problems that once the investment goes up on the cloud, the problems go up. And then there's one of two solutions. Either the management expects the engineers to look at a different cloud solution, look at a competitor other than AWS, maybe thinking that AWS is just way too expensive, and it's not really giving them the benefit that they wanted to when they decided to shift to the cloud. Or maybe they can have a hybrid solution where they think about having some of their servers on premise and maybe just only those features that are not cost intensive, and those features that are giving them a better computation or better solutions, only those can stick to the cloud. while the others are back on their premise on the data centers. So that's another problem that they face. Then there's a lack of governance. So once all these resources are on the cloud, they realize that there's no proper accountability of resources. They don't know where the costs are going. They don't know which servers or which applications are using which servers, how the users are going into the system, where are the checks and balances, how is the security maintained. uh, at a high level, they don't get this visibility. The management expects the engineers to be using the AWS cloud just as they would be using the data center. So if you talk about the data center, that's a physical block, actual servers that someone needs to go visit, log in, and there are proper SOPs and protocols in handling those on-premise data centers, and they expect the same to be done on the cloud, because the cloud has obviously made it extremely easy. And then within 5 minutes you can spin up a server, or so you can either build great solutions or you could do a lot of damage. So there needs to be proper accountability. There needs to be proper visibility to the higher ups, and they need to make sure that all the best practices are followed properly. So what do we do if we need to focus on all these problems and provide better solutions and provide a sense of assurance to the management that their cloud infrastructure is being maintained properly? So that's where some of the key aspects of AWS CloudOps comes in. Um, I'll talk in detail about these topics over here. So what we do is there's obviously a guide which AWS has shared in the form of a well-architected framework, and the good thing about that is it not only applies to small businesses or really simple applications, but it also scales up to these hundreds or thousands of databases or servers that may be hosted on the cloud. So there's all these different benefits that you get if you're managing your cloud properly. If you have a dedicated cloud ops or a sysops or a DevOps team, the benefit of that on AWS is that all of these following items, which we'll talk about, they're made extremely easy, and they're made extremely to the point, um, uh, with just a little bit of training and a little bit of POCs on maybe any sandbox or any developer account. You can easily and quickly learn to deploy these things on production and make sure that your AWS infrastructure is up to the mark for anyone to audit or anything. So, for example, if we talk about security, I'll just quickly first go over the different topics that we have over here for CloudOps. So there's security, obviously. Then there's backups and any disaster recovery solutions that we want on the cloud. There needs to be proper monitoring as part of cloud operations. There needs to be governance around the servers and the resources that needs to be deployed on the cloud. There's all sorts of optimizations that so optimization is also a routine activity. It needs to be revisited on a fixed schedule just to make sure that your costs are in check. Your usage of the servers, there needs to be cost and usage optimization, and there needs to be a balance between what you've provisioned and what you can afford and what you can pay. And then there's automations and any infrastructure as code opportunities that you can do. So if you talk about security first, so what sort of cloud operations does AWS provides in terms of security? With security, so there's authentication, and there's authorizations. For example, what we can do is, so AWS provides its IAM service. If you start from the top, how do you log into AWS, and how do you make sure that there's proper security controls on your AWS infrastructure? So with AWS, you've got identity and access management, which AWS provides. It's a very fine-grained and simple to use really service, which contains of at a high level, it contains of three things. So there's users that you can add to your system. There's different groups that you can create for your users, and then there's policies that you can apply to your groups or your users. So what that does is with IAM, you can control who logs into AWS, whether it's an admin or whether it's just a read-only user. you configure the right policies not only for your users, but you create the right policies for your roles, and your roles allow you to access services on behalf of other services. So with security, with the IAM aspect, you can control all of that, and cloud ops security allows you to make sure that the AWS console or the AWS CLI, if you're using a more programmatic way to access your resources, it makes sure that the resources are the resources are accessed securely. They're accessed with just the right amount of permissions that need to be given, and you can apply all sort of access or deny policies to individual services, and even to individual actions. So AWS does give you the option of having listing maybe 60 different kinds of actions that can be performed on your resources, and it does give you this level of access where you can allow 58 of them and then deny the last two. So it gives you all sort of controls, individual controls on individual services that you can apply. On the other front, once you're inside let's say you're inside the AWS console, how does AWS make sure that that your resources are then secure? So there's all sort of things that you can do in security. There's encryption that you can apply to all of your resources, encryption of data in transit or maybe data at rest. So you can choose to have your data encrypted, whether it's data saved on your disks or maybe it's databases, maybe it's any APIs that you've created and you want to make sure that those APIs are secure. All of that is secured through a service that AWS provides in the name of AWS Key Management Service. So with key management service, you've got an option of creating your own encryption keys, or you can even, if the client is technical enough to uh, to have their own key stores and create their own keys, you can even import their keys for an added sense of security that it's your keys which AWS is just storing and then using to encrypt other resources. So it does allow you to play around with all your encryption keys. Obviously, the security on encryption keys is again all managed by IAM to make sure who can not only who's the admin of these keys, but who can access these keys and who can apply these keys. So you've got all of these just different controls on your on your encryption strategy in AWS KMS. Other than that, you've got security in the form of your VPCs or VPNs that you create. So with AWS, obviously, once you create a databases or servers, you've got full control on just how public or private you want your infrastructure to be. So if you can you can choose to have your infrastructure be fully private. You have there's there's different layers of just different layers of just how private you want your servers to be. So there's VPCs which AWS allows you to create that are fully private in the form of private subnets, or maybe applying security groups, the correct security groups uh, on your servers and on your different resources, whatever they may be. So with these kind of security protocols, you can make sure that your data is encrypted. You've got the right amount of public or private access to your resources, and just who makes who is able to log in to your AWS, even through automations or through code, just who can what sort of actions can be performed by whatever entity, and all of that is made sure by a property a proper security framework which AWS provides. There's this backups and disaster recovery angle that AWS provides in the form of not only backups to your data, but also backups to your servers. So again, AWS provides you all sort of options to have not only ad hoc backups that you can create at any time, but it also allows you to have an automated solution where you can choose to have backups created maybe at a nightly basis or even every 6 hours. And with those backups, you can make sure that they're not only kept secure, but you can also choose to remove old backups. We don't want to have our backup costs at a high level. So you can make sure that your previous backups are being removed and your new backups are replacing them. And obviously, once you create the backups, how do you apply your backups to have them restored on your servers? So again, AWS provides you a bunch of different options. You can have those backups manually restored to any service that you want, or you can have those backups as part of an automated disaster recovery solution, in the form of maybe data lifecycle management or Cloud Endure, that allows you to have an automated solution on which you can apply your backups. You can spin up a disaster recovery zone. So with disaster recovery, AWS, since AWS has data centers all across the world, it has multiple regions, and then each region has multiple availability zones. So where disaster recovery and Cloud Endure and DLM, where they come in, is that you can have your servers or copies of servers spin up in different regions. So recently we had a problem on one of our servers where the disks went offline in one of our availability zones. So what we can do in those sort of times is, since we're already taking backups and we're storing it in multiple regions, just to make sure that the application is always online, we have our automated solutions. And using Cloud Endure, what we can do is we can spin up a new server in the backup region or in the disaster recovery region within a matter of minutes. So really, to the end user, there isn't really an obviously, depending on their RTO on an RPO, it's not really a downtime if your server is back up within a few minutes, unless it's a real-time application, of course. And with these sets of options and these technologies, it becomes really easy for the end user or the cloud admin user to set up and configure disaster recovery solutions. And these are just the disaster recovery solutions that are expected by the cloud admin to make. There's also built-in disaster recovery solutions that AWS provides. So for example, if we talk about relational database service, we can talk about Aurora, which AWS provides. So with Aurora, you've got multiple read-only copies in different availability zones, if you choose to do that. And with that, there's not just a single point of failure anymore. So AWS does provide you the option of having your data replicated in multiple zones, and that makes sure that even if a zone goes down, your data isn't affected, your application isn't affected, and your data is still available. So all of these solutions lead to a much better and a much safer cloud experience when compared to an on-premise solution, which may be in use before everything. So next we come to monitoring. So with monitoring, so AWS has pretty old service by now. AWS CloudWatch. It's one of the early services that is it's integrated into practically all of the other AWS services. So but CloudWatch, the option of and the power of CloudWatch is that any service doing any sort of operations, we can choose to have that logged, and any sort of operations that are performed on any service, we can see all of those logs being dumped into the AWS CloudWatch service. So with the proper sets of logging groups or logging criteria being set up, with CloudWatch, we can make sure that none of the operations that are running on the cloud, they're left unchecked. So with proper logging, with proper alerting, we can make sure that everything is being monitored. If you talk about the alerts that AWS CloudOps provides, then we can talk about SNS maybe. So SNS is one of the services, simple notification service that AWS provides. And with SNS, what we do is that for example, any sort of alerts that we want to configure on any service, we can have those routed to um, we can have those routed to the correct distribution lists, for example, or to the right channel. Maybe we can have those alerts sent to a Lambda function and have a whole serverless solution where we take the right or the proper actions based on an alert, and we make sure that all of the post processing is done properly through those alerts. So we have monitoring and we have alerts in the form of CloudWatch. We have SNS for the alerts, which we can use. And again, so the top, the AWS services that I'm talking about, I'm sure there's even more services that AWS provides for an even better solution. Because the best thing about AWS is once you deploy a solution, you can make sure that your solution will be. You need to constantly evolve your solution. With these cloud, all of these cloud competitors and AWS, you can never sit back and relax with the solution that you've implemented. You always need to evolve. There's always something better out there once you do your proper R&D. So you can set up your CloudWatch monitoring, and that's a good start to make sure that all your operations and your applications are logging all of their events. Now with monitoring, you could also there's also this angle of auditing that you can take. So there's a service that AWS provides in the form of AWS CloudTrail. And what CloudTrail does is it audits all of the operations that may be done by different users of the cloud, or even different services of the cloud. So what sort of operations are different services or different users taking? And you can monitor, and you can even process these audit log events via CloudTrail. So and CloudTrail is anytime something mostly people use CloudTrail when something bad happens. So let's say one of your servers went down, or somebody triggered something. Maybe they triggered an event that caused less than ideal events. So what would you do? You go to CloudTrail, and you would search for all of the events happening in that time period. Or maybe you could filter it down to particular sets of event names, or sets of resources that you think triggered this event. And CloudTrail gives you a very a very detailed view of the event that happens. So the before state, the after state, all of the properties of the event, everything that's listed out very clearly in CloudTrail, and gives you a very nice and a clear picture of your clear auditing of what exactly happened. So that's again a very good tool that the users of the AWS Cloud Admin and the cloud operations team must be using to help out in their day-to-day events. Then there's governance. So governance really is just if we talk about the AWS side of things and we talk about governance, I think the right place to start is with AWS tagging. So what sort of what benefit there is really if we are tagging our resources properly. So with tagging, you use AWS tag editor, or you use resource group. What governance does is it makes sure that all of your resources they're being they're being pooled, or they're being coupled into the right groups. So for example, when you've got thousands of servers and thousands of services running in your AWS infrastructure, you need to make sure that there's a proper hierarchy, and there's a proper grouping of your services. And the best way to do that is to properly tag all of your resources. And tagging is not only just for a tabular view of all your resources, but we can perform targeted operations based on tags. So for example, let's say we wanted to, on a particular weekend, for example, you wanted to run some remote commands on a particular sets of servers. So how would you do that if the servers were properly tagged, and they were tagged maybe class A servers, let's say. So what you would do is you would instruct another service in AWS, let's say AWS Systems Manager. So what does Systems Manager do? It allows you, well, there are many different features of System Manager, but one of the features of System Manager is to allow targeted commands and targeted operations to be run on a particular set of resources. And we could easily do that if we had the proper tagging structure set up. So that's where the benefits of tagging start to show up. And with the proper tagging, with the proper governance around these resources, it allows us to not only keep our costs in balance, which we'll talk about in the next point, but also It allows us to run targeted operations. It allows us to manage our resources and not just look at the whole picture, but really tune into and focus on the right group of resources that need to be serviced. Now with optimizations, there are two angles to optimizations which AWS CloudOps represents. So there's a cost optimization factor, and then there's a usage optimization factor. And mostly it's there's a balance to be kept between the two. So mostly what businesses want, but once they shift to the cloud, they're obviously looking for the latest and greatest technologies. They want the best computation to avoid uh, you know uh, any sort of impact to their applications. And cost really comes at a secondary, at first at least. So how does AWS provide the right tools to make sure that our optimizations and our cost and usage optimizations can be carried out properly? So we have this service, the AWS Trusted Advisor, which gives us a really nice picture of both usage and cost optimizations. So with AWS Trusted Advisor, if you go to Trusted Advisor, you can see not only how your services and your different usages, they're represented in the form of maybe CPU usage, or just how many hours of a service that you're consuming in a month. So it allows us to see just how much of a wastage of resources we have from a usage point of view. It allows us to see if you've over provisioned something or you've under provisioned something. It also allows us to see if you're taking backups on time, or how long has it been since we last took a backup, and maybe whether we should be we should be starting taking backups and making sure that we're ready in case of a disaster. It And with those usage optimization, the second thing that comes to us is the cost optimization angle. So if we're, for example, under provisioning or over provisioning resources, what we need to do is we need to make sure that we're not wasting any cost with that. So for example, if we say that we have these 20 servers and they're not even being used more than 10% on average throughout the last 1 month. So these kind of suggestions which Trusted Advisor makes, it's really beneficial not only to the cloud admins but to the management also, because that's a way of having visibility into their system, visibility into the computational power that they're using, or the storage needs that they're using. And this gives you, the cloud admins, and an accurate representation of just how much of a bandwidth there is to optimize their resources. And again, so optimization, this needs to be a recurring effort. So ideally what you'd want to do is every 3 months you do an audit and you'd see whether all your free resources are right sized. We want to make sure that we're not wasting any cost. On the other hand, we also need to make sure that all of our systems that aren't always running at 90 or 95%. We need to have some room. We need to make sure that in case of higher traffic or higher workload, our systems, they don't blow up. They have the right resources. They have extra computational power when needed. And talking about the user optimization and extra power, that brings the next point into the picture, which is how do you scale up, or how do you scale down your resources to make sure that the usage is always optimum. So again, with AWS CloudOps, you get an option of introducing. There's multiple things. So if we talk about just typical servers, then there's auto scaling, which AWS does present us. So with auto scaling, we can make sure that our resources, whether they're our resources, if they're being if we don't need to utilize our resources as much, then we can have our auto scalings kept at a minimum level. We can have maybe a single or a couple of servers up and running, and whenever there's a higher demand or more workload required, that's when we scale up. And this can be a dynamic thing, and this can be revisited anytime. So AWS really gives you the power to have these optimizations and make sure that your cost and your usages are in order. Last point, I'll just talk about a couple of minutes for the last point. So how do you make sure that your automations and your infrastructure as code as a cloud ops member is using the latest set of tool and technology and the optimum with the least time consuming effort. So AWS provides us with a service, AWS Cloud Formation. Virtually everything that AWS provides via the console and the UI, we can automate it using Cloud Formation. So we make the right scripts, whether there's that's JSON scripts or YAML files. We make those scripts, we submit it to Cloud Formation, and then Cloud Formation spins up all of those resources on our behalf. So if we had a large infrastructure that may take up to an hour to configure and open the UI and do the right clicks everywhere and set them up, CloudFormation could do that in minutes, at least the provisioning part. So you submit your scripts, you make sure that all of your infrastructure is translated into a code file that CloudFormation can process, and that's where the real power of the cloud starts showing up, because now you're no longer limited to physical data centers and wires and server configuration. All you're doing is submitting your code, and the AWS Pro spins up and provisions all of your resources within minutes. And again, with automations, like already mentioned before, so AWS exposes CLI command and interface, and it exposes their SDKs for many languages: Python, Node, Java, C++. So all of these languages, SDK which AWS provides, it helps the cloud ops and the cloud admins to not only provision new infrastructure, but also to maintain and make sure that the infrastructure um, uh, is behaving and it's operating normally. And we can do all of that through code. And you'd never even feel the need to go to the UI unless it was required. So I think I'm already over time. So thank you for listening. I hope this gave you a good idea on just what sort of options and what sort of dynamics AWS provides if we are a cloud ops team member, and how we can scale up or scale down our cloud ops actions based on the business size. Thanks, Amama. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for being here on the AWS Community Day Pakistan 2021. We are glad to have you here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Moving towards our next speaker, Mr. Hassan A. Hashmi from Northwest Solutions, the premier consulting partner of Amazon Web Services. Mr. Hassan A. Hashmi is a director of technology at Northway EMEA. He is a seasoned architect experienced in designing complex enterprise solutions, defining cloud transformation journeys, building businesses continuity, and disaster recovery strategies. At Northway Solutions, he spearheads a team of multidisciplinary architects and subject matter experts to define industry standards and custom cloud, AI, ML, analytics, and IoT solutions. We are glad to have you here, sir, and over to you, sir.
Hey, thank you, Samama. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Some lighting issues. Oh, then you can see my screen. Just set it up.
You can share
Guys,
your
can you see my
screen.
screen now? Thank you very much. Thank you, Samama. So I believe we might be running a bit late on the schedule, but I'll try to pace it up. Assalamu alaikum, guys. This is Hassan Hashmi, and I'm working at Northbis Solutions right now as a director of technology, supporting the pre-sales and the IoT initiative over there. Um, Previously, I have worked with IBM for almost 12 years. Great experience working in different post-sales and delivery organization, as well as some pre-sales work over there. Did some project management too. So a diverse type of experience working and designing deals from as small as $50,000 to up to $150 million as well. So a lot of different type of experiences in my belt. When joined NorthPay and working very closely with AWS Community, there was it was felt that there are some things that businesses are continuously facing a challenge with, and the topic today we are going to discuss is on the same, how AWS cloud and IoT are addressing today's business challenges, because the technology that we have right now should be an enabler to all the businesses and reduce their business and technical challenges by using these type of technologies. Every day nowadays, every now and then you hear a new business coming up or an existing business opening up a new line of businesses with new set of challenges and new business aspirations as well. How are those addressed? How those businesses can become the next Airbnb or the Kareems and the Ubers of this world, the new Facebook or the Googles of this world, how they can provide technical and technological innovations. How can you be part of those, and how can the youth of our generation can help these organizations go to the next level by helping them build them, develop them those technological solutions which would not only address their business challenges but also their technical challenges. So what we are going to do, I'll give you a brief intro on what's happening in the world of IoT. What are the usual business cases or the use cases that the clients and the organizations are facing, and how IoT solutions are putting an impact in addressing those solutions. And finally, I'll share some resources which can be reviewed later on. You can reach out to Sumama as well. You have seen my email address, as well as you have my LinkedIn profile. You can reach out to me if you are interested to learn more. So what is Internet of Things? So what is IoT? So this is a definition that you can see and find it on Wikipedia: network of exchange of physical objects embedded with sensor softwares. So a lot of theoretical definition. In simple, almost anything or everything connected to the internet that is providing some sort of input of data can be considered as Internet of Things. This can be a simple sensor that can just provide input as zeros and ones, or it can be a complex system of computers or servers, or even your smartphones who are providing an input to the backend analytical solutions of AWS cloud or whichever IoT solution that you are using. How big is this IoT thing? Is it something new? Yes, this is new. It's not very old. It's not very legendary. But what will be its growth pattern in the near future? So this is as per a report from 2019, with the IoT devices would be around 41.5 billion by
Sir, I guess your slides are stuck or freezed. Can you please make sure? I doubt that.
Okay, just hold.
अभी सिर्फ फर्स्ट स्क्रीन ही शो हो रही है सर.
Let me check that. Why is that happening? Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me share my entire screen. And is it now updated? Can you see the screen now?
Sir, now it's now updated. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please
So
continue, sir.
so this is the slide where I have my contact details. You can reach out to me for any assistance or guidance on how to enable yourselves on these technologies. This is a definition that I was just discussing, and now the future business of devices of 41.5 billion by 2025. Around 74 zettabytes of data generation would be done, and almost a $1.2 trillion industry that will be for IoT spending. You can review the report. The references are beneath, but this is how big this opportunity can be for you and your peers who are looking to explore this magnificent world of cloud and IoT, and helping your employers, your businesses, if you are owning one, you're setting up one, use these technologies, use these enablers to boost your business and be the next big fish in the town, and definitely be on the likes of the Googles and the Amazons and the Airbnbs of this world. So there is a lot to happen. So what AWS IoT customers are innovating in, and what are those segments where you can explore and how they are addressing those challenges. So home automation, very quickly on that, very common nowadays. It's getting common nowadays. Previously, 8-10 years back, you don't see much of those automation. Now everything is very well connected, even in this region of Middle East, Pakistan, if you're talking about. You would be able to find now, if you go buy a AC, a new technology, air conditioning has a connectivity which can provide you quite a good inputs on how your air conditioning is working, how much energy saving you are getting on your dashboard, on your phone, maybe on your laptop. Similarly, security and surveillance solutions now very well connected with the providing inputs to the analytics and intelligent video recording systems, where you can detect unauthorized access and create reports and generate alerts and notifications using those tools. So advanced technologies running analytics, facial recognitions, all those things are getting input from somewhere, some devices. Typically it was, and it is still, from those surveillance and monitoring solutions of CCTV cameras. And now you are running analytics and running algorithms on the back end to improve your business and security posture. Then again, if you're talking about health or energy management, it's very important to see how now you are using different type of tools and sensors and IoT devices to improve the energy management of your organization. Can be a complete building, can be multiple campuses, can be campuses around the globe as well. So there are a lot of use cases which we are going to discuss in a few minutes, which can help you improve your automations, security, your energy management, your well-being. So all of those postures can be improved, and the customers and the consumers are doing it. So what are the challenges when they face once they are doing it? So on a small scale, up to 10 or even 100 devices, it's simple. It's relatively less complex. It's comparatively easy to manage. But once you go out on a full-scale production, we're talking about millions of devices spread globally, the challenge is way too far to do without the right tools and the technologies. Same goes for the security and privacy. There are some industries where data security is of prime importance. FSI, financial services industry, banking sector, insurance, healthcare industries. All those, the data that is not, in case it's not properly protected, can be a very, very challenging situation for all the businesses as well as the organizations doing that business. Then the customer experience and the support is very, very important, because if you are not providing the right level of support and expectations to the customer, I believe your business is not going to flourish, no matter how good technology and the back-end software you're running. So experience and support is very important. The feedback is very important. So how you are going to adopt and deploy those, and how the organizations are doing it right now. So they start with a prototype or MVP, minimal viable product. Less than 10 IoTs, you develop a POC, you show how things are working, you test it out on a larger scale, maybe around moving from 10 to 100 to do a pilot deployment. Then you go for a limited production where you have around 1,000 IoT, and then you scale it out to maybe a millions or unlimited number of IoTs to scale out production. So that as you grow, you will increase the customer value as well as the journey. It cannot be just a one day, one morning, everyone wakes up and everyone thinks moves to the cloud and everything is now on IoT. No, it's not gonna happen. It's never has happened so far. It's all that it takes time, unless something like a global pandemic comes in and everyone changes from working from office to working from home, and everyone stops working from on-premise to everything on cloud. Unless something like that happen, it's going to take its time. So you need to plan your journey, how you're going to go about it from point A to point B to C to D, and every step, so one step at a time, would eventually help you achieve those business and technical objectives. So that was a brief on how IoT can be you can use the IoT, the world of IoT, what's happening on there, what are the challenges, how to deploy this. Now, what are the challenges and the solutions that the organizations are currently facing and addressing them using these technologies? So IoT alone may not be of very much importance, but the data that is being provided by IoT, it works in tandem with the analytical solutions, machine learning and AI models to show and showcase the valuable results and the data that helps actually achieve the end business objectives. So how can I make sense of my IoT data and take appropriate action? So whenever you are talking or looking into solutions that are exploring cloud and IoT or any other thing, you need to make sure whatever data that you're getting, would it be useful for you, and what appropriate actions and how I would take those appropriate actions to make it beneficial for me and my business. How can I control and manage and secure my devices? So we've just discussed that security is of utmost importance, how to manage the security, data transfer, data transmission, data ingestion, all those things have to be on a secure platform. And finally, can I build devices that operate at the edge? So AWS IoT also helps you to build devices at the edge and gather information from there. I'll show you a reference architecture in the end just to show you how things are working on the AWS IoT reference architecture. These are some of the very common business challenges the organizations are facing and how they are addressed. So each industry, if you're talking about the FMCG, the fast mover consumer goods, the Angros, the P&Gs, the Unilevers of this world, would have their own set of use cases and challenges, and definitely impact different business impacts. So for example, if you're talking about live tracking and monitoring, route optimization and efficiently delivery, so most of them are directly related to supply chain management. The delivery of the trucks, the delivery of the goods, monitoring them, how the goods are taken from one place to another, what is the condition. There might be some perishable items that need to be quickly delivered, maybe from between two cities, maybe even longer places between two countries over a shipping lane. So how they are tracked, how they are monitored on the go. Are they temperature sensitive? So is there a requirement of conditional monitoring? Is that what we call it? So whether they would be in a condition that is expected to be delivered at the required place to the retailer, to the distributor. So these all things are very important and very, very impactful on the business. So for example, a complete container that is carrying some perishable items that have to be kept at a certain temperature and that temperature falls throughout the visit, what is going to happen? Who is going to make sure that that doesn't happen? Is there some sort of a alerting mechanism in real time that if something goes wrong as per the set parameters, who are going to address it? So this impacts the business profitability. It also impacts the unnecessary delays of the products to the market, and it may even affect your reputation to the brand. So such solutions, so we can implement some conditional monitoring solutions using IoT and AI machine learning algorithms to detect and trigger alarms and alerts and intimate the right engineers to fix that problem in the right time, to ensure the loss of business is the impact on the business is minimal to none. We've got cases for predictive maintenance as well, where we can have algorithms running to predict if there is going to be a failure, and then the engineering team can work on that. So how does it help the business? It helps improve the revenues. It helps reduce the cost as well. By improving the revenue means that you are shipping on time, you are present in the market whenever the product is, and as per your planning, the logistics might not be affecting it, and definitely that was going to improve your face in the market, in the stores, in the outlay where your product needs to be delivered on time. Similar use cases we've got in engineering. So if there is a plant, you're running a plant for manufacturing biscuits or confectionery items are being produced, and all of a sudden there is a season that is coming in, and your primary production line goes down for 2 days because the motor that was running that production line has gone down, and that part has to be imported from outside Pakistan or any other geographic location, and it will take around 24 hours to 48 hours. And during the peak time, every single minute is useful. You lose a lot of business. Using IoT devices and in tandem with the analytics and machine learning predictive models, you can do predictive maintenance. All equipment and all equipment, original equipment manufacturers share some sort of a maintenance procedure for their equipment once they have covered some specific time period. And whenever there is a machinery failure going to happen, 90% of the time they start to share some sort of an intimation that there's going to be some fault if they are monitored properly. Maybe they are trying to consume, so for if you're talking about a motor, they may be able to take more power, maybe trying to put more effort because the motor is going bad. It may produce more heat. The temperature of that machine may change. Maybe it started to have more vibration because it's putting more stress on that motor. All those things can be intimation of the parts is going to be faulty, and a predictive machine learning model can anticipate if that failure is going to happen in the next week or days or months. Maybe usually it's days and hours, and a timely part replacement can be ordered and replaced. We're reducing the fixed time from days to maybe even minutes or hours. So these type of things would avoid reducing the revenue or impacting your business during the peak seasons. So these are some use cases and the business challenges that the organizations are right now working on and addressing their business challenges. A similar very interesting business case that we work with a client who in the healthcare industry, and it's what they're doing right now. They've developed an IoT device which it's like a band-aid that you install it on your chest near your heart, and it connects to your cell phones or another maybe your computers as well if you are in a hospital, workstations on wheels, and it continuously provides the heart rate and helps you detect the arrhythmia issues where your heart rate is slower than the normal or more than the normal at a continuous time. And how it helps generate a ECG report and ECG or EKG as you call it, and helps detect without the need of a technician. It can detect and share around more than 85% of the time the accurate results on whether the person has any sort of a medical condition relating to this heart arrhythmia fluctuations or not. The best thing about this is that the hospitals and the insurance companies can provide right medical care in case a person is going in a cardiac arrest or the arrhythmia is changing very frequently. They can provide timely medical attention to the patient even if they are not aware of it themselves. So these type of solutions are not only helping improve the revenues for the organizations, reducing the costs for the organization, but also improving the health and well-being of individuals and the clients of those organizations by making sure a better standard of living, more information, more data with the right technology can provide quite useful insights and information on the people's health and well-being. These are just a few of the use cases I've just gone through. I'll be discussing a few more to give you insight how much creativity is possible in this domain. And AWS provides you with the right tools and the technologies to deliver those solutions to your clients, to your industry, and develop your own business-specific niche area solutions to deliver excellent results and gain profits for yourself as well. Safety is very interesting component, and not only just government, energy, and almost all of the domains. So we've got a personal protective equipment use case here as well, where some facilities or sites may require special protective gear to be put on to ensure that in case of a disaster or a leak happens, the individuals who are working on the site may not be affected and hurt by those things. So this can be done manually as well. Yeah, we've been doing for this for manually, but as you can see, the system is now detecting. So there is a combination of systems working to detect this. There are security and surveillance cameras installed at the site. Then there are some sensors installed at different places, and then using those recognition and machine learning models, the system is detecting where the heavy machinery is located and where the persons are located, and whether it's a no-go area for a person or a machinery if there is lingering on that side. And as the next step, they can be manually or even automatically stopped by the system to issue a command, a trigger, if they are in a no-go area, if the truck is being driven over there. So these type of detection and action models definitely help you and help us avoid a lot of accidents. Then again, hard hat is very common in workplace security, where engineering stuff is happening. These can be detected and ensured that whether the people who are working on site have their hard hat on or not. The system can continuously check and monitor, and if detected, they can alert the right supervisors to make sure that the people are wearing their hats, and proper notification can be issued to that employee if he's not wearing the hat, just as a security hazard. Another one that we're detecting different type of components happening there. So if you need to just have some high resolution cameras to detect the people, and then then you have the algorithms to check and identify whether the equipment that is being provided to them to wear during their sessions, during their activities, they're using it. So these are some use cases that have been done. Some specific use cases around predictive maintenance, where NorthWest Solutions are very closely working with AWS to develop and deploy these solutions to the clients. And we are working with a few clients to deploy this solution. So again, the predictive maintenance solution, where we are working with clients to improve the overall equipment effectiveness. So how they are having this done? We've got so we are working with an airport client who wants to ensure and manage the baggage claim system does not go down. So if you've been to an airport, you've seen these carousel belts bringing in your luggage, and a lot of times it's happening that this carousel is not working properly, or it goes down, or the baggage is delayed due to some reason. So this gets really frustrating, and for the passengers it gets really annoying to see that if your whichever flight you're taking or whichever airport you are standing at, you're very unhappy with the services and the time it takes a toll on your overall time travel. You've taken a 17 hours flight from Abu Dhabi to US, and then your baggage doesn't come in for another 2 hours. The level of frustration you can imagine. So how we are helping this client? So the business challenge is that there are a lot of physical elements that are moving onto this belt. There are motors, there are wheels, that there are slades, that's as they call them, and this can be someone putting up an overweight baggage material if they can throw it on it, or the slate might be moved due to some improper action on the belt. The friction and the temperature rise by putting more load on the belt can cause a lot of damages to the overall carousel. So all those things can make the carousel unavailable at the right and the peak hours. So how the clients can make sure that this doesn't go down? It's one part of the operational activity. But if that goes down, how can they make sure that the impact is minimal to none? And can be detected beforehand it happens. So we've provided them with some IoT solution where there will be IoT core. So on the front end, there will be some sensors. There will be some gateways that will be connected through those sensors to gather the required information around the vibration, around the heat, around the torque, the motor. There is a tachometer as well. There is a light sensor as well to detect whether the slates are misplaced or not. So different functions have been used, different sensors have been used to collect different type of information. And once the carousel starts moving, and if there is a more power consumption on the motor, or the heat is more as per the originally designed and the boundary conditions provided by the OEM, these can be detected, and a machine learning algorithm on the back end can predict whether it's going to be a failure, how long it's going to take, using and reviewing the historical data that has been on which the machine learning algorithm has been trained and equipped. So by using those technologies on the back end, AWS IoT Core, IoT Sitewise, IoT Analytics, IoT Greengrass on the front end. So different type of technologies, different type of results, using QuickSight dashboard for reporting and analysis. So AWS IoT services provide full set of services available to deliver the solution that can complete the requirements and address the challenges the client has. So these some graphs can show the availability and how much operational activities are going on for each of the carousels, and this is how the temperature is being detected in real time. If the operating temperature needs to be between 40 and 50, and if it's not, if it either it's exceeding with 50 or going beneath 40, there is an anomaly that needs to be detected, and certain action needs to be taken by the engineering team. Then we've got the vibration analysis as well going on, which shows the vibration of the carousel. If it goes beyond frequency of 15, that means excuse me, that the operations that the equipment is vibrating more. It may be due to the load, it may be due to the problem, and due to the historical conditions. When the vibration exceeds the normal averages, it may impact the overall functioning of the carousel. So these are the few use cases that we discuss, and how you can use them to ensure that your business can be benefited, and you can get that competitive advantage against the people who are still running the businesses who are still running the traditional way of doing things, waiting the part when it gets faulty. Then we will think of what to do about it. It may be days, it can be weeks, your business is getting impacted. You have to be preemptive to ensure that you can do predictive maintenance, you can do conditionally monitoring equipment throughout the travel, and finally you have to be able to track your assets and everything. So these type of use cases can help address you. If you have a business case, so I'm just going to skip this one because I'm running a bit over time, and I'll share some resources with you. If you're still interested to know more, or if you have a business idea or a solution that you need help or guidance with, feel free to reach out to me. You can reach out to me on my email, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, and maybe we can discuss what are the possibilities of helping you address this. So these are some AWS IoT solution repositories, quick starts, some success stories, some white papers, all gathered here. I believe Sumama would be able to share these with you. If not, please reach out to me, and I would love to help you with learning more on this journey. That's it. Thank you, guys. That's it from me. I hope.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful session on industrial IoT. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumama.
Moving towards our next speaker. Our next speaker are Mr. Usman and Mr. Wakas. Mr. Usman Ramzan is a DevOps engineer at eMamba. He is an innovator by heart, building scalable, fault-tolerant, and highly available solutions. His sweet spot is building containerized applications and microservices using Amazon ECS and EKS. Mr. Muhammad Wakas Kiani is a DevOps engineer at eMamba. He is an AWS certified solutions architect, associate, and an accredited AWS technical professional. Mr. Wakas has worked extensively on cloud-native architectures, security, optimization of compliant workloads, and storage and networking solutions. We are glad to have you, sir, and over to you.
Right. So I'm really glad to be here and really excited to talk about containers and ECS specifically. I'll just share my screen and start the presentation in a moment. with applications, and then why applications are important. And really, applications are everywhere. We're surrounded by them, and we as users consume them daily, daily on our daily basis. Be it, let's say for example, we're talking about Daraz, by Kia or Uber or any other. So we really use them daily. The idea behind building a great application essentially is to add value and give quality end user experience to our customers. And users
Bakas, I think there is some internet connection at your end. Can you please check?
modules. So if it's more coupled, it'll require a lot more effort to really separate those services. So the trend with the modern applications over the past few years, as teams learn to scale services and organizations, is to really move away from monoliths towards these microservices. And the microservices look like this. They are independent services which then communicate with each other over well-documented APIs. Towards microservices if a system is more complex, and that because that really eases the process. So instead of having a monolith architecture, we break this entire application into well-documented modularized APIs and these separate services, and then those services are ran inside containers. Now, also talking about the Unix philosophy, that is that write programs that do one thing and do it well. This microservices architecture really comply with that as well. Gets much more complex then moving forward, then it's actually advised to move towards microservices, because if we keep the monolith architecture with a lot of complexity, it'll hinder the time to market, the business value, and the application quality as well. Right. So when we have our microservices ready and we can again deploy them using VMs or containers, what is the difference essentially between containers and virtual machines that we can then leverage for these if we're building an application, we don't even have to really just install one packages one by one. We just build a Docker image. We then run the Docker image, and then the application or the service specifically is running. So we've essentially gone one step further in the abstraction. So talking about containers and VMs. So essentially, the difference between VMs and containers lie in their abstraction that they bring in actually. So both of them, they at the very fundamental level, and then we have the hypervisor that then does the virtualization on the hardware level, and then we have a separate OS. We can have different OSs, for example, at the same infrastructure resource, we can have different OSs. And then on those OSs, we then have our applications, and that is how we can essentially deploy our microservices in a VM. But for that, we really have to manage the OS, including the application libraries and all. or a process. So essentially, the container orchestrator, they then create this dynamic system that knows which containers to group. It also manages their intercommunication. It ensures the availability and the reliability of the application, and it does all of that for us. And we really don't have to manually spin up containers. If we take a reference, we can look at Docker and Kubernetes, OpenShift, the open source container orchestrators. So what they do is essentially want to maintain a number of containers, and assuming those containers were running our application, some services of that application, we just tell the container orchestrator we need these number of containers for this service and a certain number of containers for another service, and then it ensures those numbers are maintained. It also ensures the security, networking, and availability as well. Now, why container orchestration is a necessity in production? But now this load balancer, it doesn't know that this container, because it was initiated with a dynamic port mapping, and we didn't know that port in advance while setting this load balancer up. So really just taking all of that into account, these are a lot of considerations, and it's a lot of overhead when setting up this environment. And assume that if we take this up to hundreds or thousands of containers when they're running, it's a lot of overhead. So that is essentially. So we just a container orchestrator. It understands the entire environment of the application. It knows what containers are running. It knows what images those containers are running, and what ports and their networking between those services and those servers, and how the outside traffic will then be routed to those servers. And it also, if we need to, for example, we're updating a feature, and there is a new image that we need to deploy on those servers, it ensures that then first container is then replaced with grouping of compute resources, and it is a boundary inside which our deployment or all the workload will be going to working in. So cluster essentially just brings a boundary about all of our infrastructure in ECS. And when we have our cluster set up, and that cluster can be set up using multiple ways. It can be serverless using ECS Fargate, or it can be EC2, or where we have to manage the underlying server. Important parts of the ECS ECS constructs. So after the image that's been pushed to Amazon Container Registry, uh, that image it needs to be run, and it's run and a container image, which is the its runtime sibling is its container. So when we want to run a container from that image, what we do is we write a task definition, and inside that task definition, we can have multiple containers. We essentially define the links between if there are multiple containers in this task that we need, and also what networks and the ports that are going to be exposed for this, and in case if there is any data storage volumes that we need to attach as well. So we really specify all of that in this task definition. So once that task definition is written, and essentially, so a Docker image, which is a point in time capture of code and dependencies, the task definition is essentially a point in time services. So services are managed, services essentially manage these long running tasks and their availability as well. So one of the great features of services is, so when we have our cluster set up, when we have our images inside the container registry, and we have the task definition ready, We just deploy those task definition towards these services inside the cluster. And what that does is it pulls the image from the registry. It tells the ECS that I want to run these
Vikas, can you please hold on for a minute? I think your internet is getting laggy again a lot of the time. Please, can you check your internet connection?
all right, Usman, can you confirm if I'm audible now?
Yes, it's better now.
All right, okay, great. Okay, so services are essentially the construct that then maintains the number of those images that we want and the number of containers that we essentially needed to handle our workload. So they essentially service is also needed if we want to automate the number of tasks that we need to maintain, and it actively monitors those services, and also does the load balancing for our workload as well. So, for example, if we have a service, for example, the green containers are for front end, and these yellow containers are running our back end code. So it'll also does the load balancing for us, and it'll place a load balance in front of those services, and then it will be managing the traffic to both of these. So ECS really helps in that way, and in really simplifying the entire procedure and handling the heavy workload for us. And right, so I believe that will be all from my side. I will have Usman take up from here. Usman, if you could take up from here.
Yes, thank you so much, Vikas. So before I start, if you guys can, sort of like tell me if I'm audible enough.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So Mama, can you please confirm?
Yes, sir, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so thanks so much, Vikas, for the presentation. We lost you a couple of times during that. Sorry about that. So without further ado, let me share my screen. Okay, so as Vikas said, we have sort of like seen how the ECS plays its part into the various deployments or कैसे Docker containers आपकी जो workloads हैं for the production environments किस तरह मतलब आपके लिए easy करते हैं. But what essentially differentiate like in ECS is not the only option when you are working on the cloud, right? There are essentially more options available. For example, you know Elastic Kubernetes Service of AWS is very well known for handling container sort of like workloads at a very good scale. But what differentiate ECS from the rest of the sort of like stuff is its simplicity. If it's the one word that you guys should be sort of like looking at. So ECS container workloads are essentially very easy to sort of like manage. आपको क्यूबरनेटीज या दूसरे वर्कलोड्स के साथ जिस तरह से नेटवर्किंग लेयर के ऊपर जिस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी का सामना करना पड़ता है वो आपको उससे नहीं होते. And obviously, due to that, there is always going to be less management overhead. You are not going to be managing the control plane. You are not going to be making sure that the YAML deployment process, which comes into play when you're working with EKS as well. And obviously, जो cost perspective से भी इसकी जो सबसे बेहतरीन चीज़ ये है कि essentially you won't have to pay for anything extra when you are using ECS. The same workload that essentially you're going to be built for when you are going to be using EC2s in AWS, you are essentially going to be paying for the same workload. आपके जो load balancers आपके ECS cluster के साथ attach होंगे, या underlying EC2s हैं, या जो भी infrastructure है, you will be billed only for that resources, and there won't be any additional extra cost, sort of like relating to ECS usage. And obviously, when it comes to sort of like a ECS, it has very better integration with other AWS services, whether it is with a ALB, application load balancers, or even network load balancers if your application demands it. या फिर आपके जो deployment process है, the AWS is very sort of like gelled into the deployment of container loads to ECS as compared to sort of like Kubernetes workload. The code pipeline beautifully integrates the code deploy process with that. And obviously, if you want to sort of like encrypt your secrets, you don't want to put them in plain text, AWS Systems Manager for encryption usage, or even parameter store. These are all the services that you can use when you are using your container task definitions. आपको plain text में अपनी जो connection string है databases की या इस तरह की चीजें जो हैं वो रखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, क्योंकि AWS आपको already provide करता है वो सारी चीजें. And recently, AWS also announced ECS Anywhere, which is a very cool feature, because what it allows is you can take away the core deploy agent, which comes with the ECS for managing your containers in ECS, and you can put them on your on-prem solution. For example, if you have your own servers and you want to use the ECS capabilities same as you're going to be using in the cloud, you can just register your ECS cluster and deploy the agent, and everything works seamlessly as well. So this is a very good initiative in sort of like that regard for the customers who were deploying separate kind of workloads for both their sort of like on-prem solutions or for their cloud solution. And obviously, the biggest thing that comes with the ECS is obviously when you're starting your container journey, everybody is not at a certain level to sort of like deal with the Kubernetes complexity, because once you go into the container orchestration, the Kubernetes itself is very time taking. It's going to be very sort of like a patient process. It's going to take long, because there are obviously, with the flexibility that the Kubernetes gives you, you'll have to make sure that everything works well. And for that flexibility in Kubernetes, you're also going to suffer for the technical debt that you're going to incur while you are using Kubernetes. So we have essentially deployed an application in ECS for this sort of like demo, and it's a simple ECS application. All right, and as you can see, it's a simple architecture. We have our code hosted on sort of like GitHub. We are using AWS code pipeline for deployments to our ECS, which is obviously all the instances in our processing load is in private subnets to add a layer of security. And then obviously all those services are fronted by an application load balancer, which has been configured to work with a raw 53 domain. And obviously we have also a bastion server to sort of like connect with these instances. So this is the simple architecture and this architecture generally covers about most of the cases when you're working with a web application that deals with the normal workflows when you are working with ECS. You have a front-end application, you have a back-end application, you just write the Docker files for them, and essentially you'll be able to sort of like deploy them with minimal effort on ECS. Now the code pipeline parts comes into play very well when you're working with production workloads, because what happens is the developers will be pushing code to their repos and want those changes to be reflected as soon as possible on the respective environment, right? So the CI/CD part makes sure that your deployments are done in a fashion that your environment does not go down when you are sort of like going through the process. So the pipeline will a general pipeline for ECS will sort of like comprise of these general steps. You would configure a commit hook for using with AWS code pipeline, and then obviously when the respective branch gets pushed with the new code, a trigger will be, sort of like happen in the AWS code pipeline, and your Docker image will build, and then you will tag that image, and then that image will get pushed to the ECR with the latest tag. And obviously the code deploy agent will make sure that this new deployment gets, sort of like deployed down to ACS in a manner that no downtime occurs. Okay, so now let's go with let me show you a bit how the infrastructure currently looks like. So, okay, so this is our sample ECS application that we have in the cloud right now. As you can see, we have two services, the front end service and the back end service essentially. And as you can see, we have tasks associated with these services, as Vikas mentioned earlier. Okay, so the tasks are essentially your, sort of like blueprint for a service. For example, the front end service will have some specification that how this service should be running and what should be the task definition regarding that service, or the settings that essentially you're going to be using. As you can see, it comes up with, sort of like the standard that you have to follow. For example, you have to name the task and you have to define the networking, which are obviously some of the default settings when you're working with ECS. And then in the container definitions, you'll have to specify from which ECR, so for which container repository you'll be getting this image from, and what will be the tag of that image. Okay, and obviously the code pipelines make sure that only the newest tag, which you define the workflow in the code pipeline, it gets deployed when a new container image is built. Okay, so as you can see, we have defined some limits for, sort of like the RAM usage of this container, that it's only allowed to use 520 megabytes of RAM. And obviously the container port, which essentially is 9,000, when you have defined that your containerized application will be running in the 9,000 port of the application. And the tricky part when you're working with this is to make sure that the host port that you define here is 0, so that the application load balancer itself can, sort of like map those changes to make sure the target groups. Even if you have, for example, multiple containers running on the same instance, and the map port will change, so the target group will be able to define, sort of like the port that will be exposed on the host. So let me take you back to the, okay, so as to the cluster. If you guys have any questions regarding the ECS deployment, feel free to, sort of like mention in the comments. We'll make sure to, sort of like get back now. Okay. Okay, sure. So now let's show you the code pipeline flow, as you guys can see. So this is typically a general workflow for a code pipeline that is configured for the ECS deployment. You have a source where we define the GitHub, and if I show you some of the more details, okay, as you guys can see, so you'll need to configure a repository name, the branch, obviously, which is main, for which the application is going to trigger. Whenever a new push happens to this branch, the AWS code pipeline will trigger. And in the next section, as you have seen, we have defined two parallel build processes to making sure that the web application and the build application, also the backend application can build simultaneously. And lastly, for the deploy part, as you can see, it's very easy. You can just go to the, sort of like define action name and the action provider. As you can see, AWS with the good integration that it has with the ECS, you have multiple options for deploying with, ECS, whether to go with the rolling deployment, which is this one, or the blueprint. Okay. We also have a demo application for this, which is hosted on our GitHub repo, the link for which will be shared, with you guys, so you can, play around with the application on your own as well. So the application contains obviously the code for setting up, sort of like the build spec files or the client files for making sure that your application in the AWS code pipeline gets built accordingly. As you can see, we are logging in to the ECR registry, and we are making sure that our appropriate file gets built up and it gets tagged with some of the prereqs that is being mentioned by AWS for pushing on to the ECR registry. And then at the last, we are making sure at this crucial step that the new image, the new deployment, is tagged with a specific commit hash, which then the code pipeline makes sure that it's deployed. As you can see right now, it's in the deployment process. And let me show you the application. So this is just a demo game. Okay, so let me show you while the deployment part is going in the main background. I'll log into it. So as you can see, we have sort of like this application running in our ECS, and you guys can log into this application. The URL is aws-community.emapadevops.com, and as we have more players, they'll be shown up in this game. And this is happening while sort of like the deployment process is going on in the backend. And once now we'll show you how the live updates work. We'll just change some code in the back to make sure that the health bar, as you can see, is at 130. We'll change it to some more value just because we want to show you a change. Okay, so let me go into that. Vikas, can you update the code for more HP while I show around some other things? Okay.
Yes, sure.
So,
Sir, I guess you are mute. Please kindly unmute yourself.
oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Sumama, for that. So let me show you the changes. Okay, so this, as I said earlier, this is our demo application, and while we make a push to the container to the repository, okay, as you can see, we have now pushed a new commit, and as you'll see that the code pipeline has picked up the change, and it will sort of like deploy those changes. It will take about 5 to 10 minutes for the deployment to work. While we go through that, let me make sure that while we are on the ECS topic, we are not only covering the good things, we will also discuss some of the cautions that we have to take when you're working with ECS. When you're working with ECS, there are essentially some of the aspects that you need to make sure, which comes under obviously the AWS shared responsibility model as well. The ECS will make sure that you are able to deploy things simply in a faster manner, but you will have to make sure that the things that you need to make sure that your application and your events are getting logged properly. These are the things that you have to do yourself. For example, when the container, if you do not configure a log driver with your container when you're defining a task definition and the container gets lost or is crashing again in the loop, you will essentially have no place to make sure to track those, sort of like events. So these are the stuff that you have to make sure that you manage your events and your logs in the containerized application properly for when you're working with AWS ECS. And another thing is obviously the instance management. As I said earlier, you are going to be working with the EC2s or even the Fargate options. In all those settings, you have to make sure that the network security, the appropriate access level, and the minimum service level that you have to make sure, or that the scalable options are in place, or the cloud formation you have to use to make sure that the infrastructure is resilient or versioned in any way. The AWS will only make sure that your containerized application will only work in a very good manner, but it will not make sure that if you have not placed the proper checks in on the networking layer, it will not do those for you. And obviously, when you're working with the ECS, you'll have to front your application with an ELB, and the part of that process comes with to make sure that your health checks are in place, because obviously once you have your containerized application there, the ALB will only allow that traffic to pass through that respective target group when the health checks have sort of like been passed for sort of like the configuration that you have provided. Even if your application is running and working properly, but the target group is not able to access it in any way due to a network misconfiguration, you will not be able to launch that service. If the container will go on a crash backlog. So make sure that your health checks are in place and your load balancers are able to access those target groups with the appropriate security group. And obviously, the last thing is the vendor lock. As when working with containers, the best thing about them is portability. But when you're going for AWS ACS, that comes at a cost because this is an AWS service, you're essentially going to be working with a vendor lock. You cannot, shift your complete infrastructure just on the way or on a whim that, okay, now we are going to be running this in another public cloud. So this is one of the downsides, but I think keeping in view that the AWS is the de facto public cloud these days, this is something, as long as you don't have a regulation enforcement for this one, this is essentially not going to be bothersome for most of the people. So while we were talking, let's take a look at the deployment. Okay, as you can see, it's currently in the build process. We'll wait a bit for the, okay, now it's in the deployment phase. Let's wait for the new application. Okay, so I think Sumama is also in the game. I just saw his username. Hey, Sumama. So, okay, let's make sure. I think it will get deployed in a couple of minutes. And while we're at it, as you can see, the new deployment has sort of like put up new containers. Okay, so we have a copy of our API container instance. As you can see, this is the newer task definition version of API 30, and also the web family has a new container instance as well. So what ECS will do is make sure that once these new containers are up and running and are able to take the new load, they will essentially be replaced, and the new the older containers will get sort of like pushed off from the instance. So let's do a quick refresh and see if those container instances have gone, to make sure that we have a new version of our application. Well, we'll make a look at that. So if you guys have any question, you can ask in the comment section. In the meanwhile, while we're waiting up for it. Okay, as you can see, we only have the new task now. So let's quickly log in again. And as you can see, we have now way more HP than the previous one, and the game and the deployment process, as you can see, was eased up. There was no downtime. Essentially, the players were able to see the new change in a very good automated manner. So this is it from our side. So thank you so much, and thank you Sumama and AWS Community Pakistan for having us today.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session for the AWS Community Pakistan members. We are glad to have you. Thank you very much. Moving towards our next speaker, Mr. Obad Beg. Mr. Obad Beg is a software engineer and has been in the industry for around 14 years. He has worked in many renowned companies such as 10 Pearls and Folio 3 Software. He enjoys working on cloud infrastructure whenever he gets a chance. He is leading a large team of engineers spread across multiple locations in Pakistan and worldwide. Mr. Obad writes about his technical experiences with teams to mentor and coaches them for all angles. And we have another speaker from the same company, Mr. Asjad Sabur. Mr. Achaspoor has been in the industry for a decade now. He has worked as a full stack engineer and has been a part of large scale agile teams. Mr. Asjad loves to get his hands on AWS and works with teams to make architectural decisions best suited for the nature of the software. He has great enthusiasm for researching, experimenting, and building tech related tools. We are glad to have you both here, sir, and over to you, sir. You both are on the live, sir, on the front stage.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now. Can you please
Okay.
repeat? Yes, you're
Yeah.
audible.
Okay. I was just checking because I got a message that you guys were not able to hear me,
Yeah.
so I was just confirming. Okay. So I guess now it's time to start our session officially. I mean, we are almost on time. So yeah, that's great. About ourselves. I guess I'll skip this slide because Samama already talked about us. Who are we, and what we are going to deliver today. Uh, तो इसको जैसे skip करके I'm moving towards our next slide. So this slide is just an overview of what 10 Pearls does. So हमारे clients हैं 10 Pearls के, we are in the business around 1,000 employees globally, and we are trying to bring in a culture जहाँ लोग एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट कर सके और जो अपना बेस्ट आउटपुट है वो डिलीवर कर सके. So basically this is all about 10 Pearls. Before we actually move on, I wanted to thank you AWS Community Pakistan कि उन्होंने ये सारी चीज़ अरेंज की है. इस और मैं तो चाहूँगा कि इन फ्यूचर भी ऐसी चीज़ें होती रहें और इससे बहुत ज़्यादा आई थिंक कम्युनिटी को भी बूस्ट मिलेगा और पाकिस्तान भी शाइन करेगा इंशाल्लाह. ठीक, तो हमारा एजेंडा अच्छा, मेरी सुबह अजय से बात हो रही थी और हम लोग सेशन भी देख रहे थे, तो आई थिंक इट्स गुड कि ऑडियंस भी अपने कमेंट्स दे सकती है और ऑडियंस से थोड़ी सी इंटरेक्शन भी रह सकती है, तो आई थिंक हम लोग बात करेंगे कि व्हाट इज़ द बैकग्राउंड इस वक्त इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अगर हमें सेटअप करना हो तो कौन कौन सी चीज़ें हैं, हिस्टोरिकली उस पर क्या रहा है, AWS करंटली क्या चीज़ें ऑफर कर रहा है, और AWS जो चीज़ें ऑफर करता है वेदर डेवलपर्स आर कंफर्टेबल विद दैट और नॉट, उसके ऊपर बात करेंगे। देन एजाइल मेथडोलॉजी एज अ डेवलपर, एजाइल लेकिन अगर हम बात करते हैं कि अदर डेवॉप्स, तो वहाँ पर हाउ डज एजाइल फिट, थोड़ा सा उसके ऊपर बात करेंगे। एंड देन टुवर्ड्स द एंड वी हैव अ केस स्टडी और अ डेमो हैंड्स ऑन, जहाँ पे हम बताएंगे कि हमारे पास एक प्रॉब्लम आई, हमने उसको थ्रू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज कोड की जो ऑफरिंग है AWS की, उसको यूज़ करते हुए कैसे सॉल्व किया। तो आई थिंक लेट्स बिगिन। Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, much better
Yes,
now.
sir, you are audible now.
Much better now. So whether you have to, yeah, just start from here. Yeah, that's fine.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
sir,
hear
you
you
are
now.
audible now.
Yes.
Can you guys confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let me continue. अजत, क्या बैकग्राउंड तक से हमारा हुआ था, उसके बाद से कंटिन्यू कर लो?
Yes, you can continue from this slide onwards.
ठीक है. अच्छा, चेक कीजिएगा कि आपको जेंडर शो हो रहा है?
जी.
ठीक है. ओके, तो सॉरी फॉर द डिस्ट्रप्शन एंड हम लोग बैकग्राउंड पे थे. तो मैं ये बता रहा था कि हमारे पास जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की हिस्ट्री है, ये इतनी पुरानी है जितनी कि सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट की इटसेल्फ. और इंफ्रा सेटअप करते करते लोगों को ये लगता है कि यार ये कोई जादू से ये काम हो जाता है, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है. अक्सर लोग क्या करते हैं कि पहले कि कोई स्क्रिप्ट बना के रखी हुई है अपने पास और उस स्क्रिप्ट के थ्रू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को सेटअप कर लिया. या फिर ऐसा होता है कि उसी एक स्क्रिप्ट बनाई है जिससे कि डेव का एनवायरनमेंट सेटअप किया था एंड देन उसी को यूज़ कर लिया क्यूओ का एनवायरनमेंट सेटअप करने के लिए. तो व्हाट वी कैन से कि यार ठीक है, ये एक मेरा पैरामीटराइज स्क्रिप्ट हो गया, राइट? तो टेल अस के एज ऑफ टुडे AWS क्या ऑफर करता है? Anyone from the audience?
Sir,
ठीक
I
है.
guess the streaming is 5 to 10 seconds behind the live. Like, तो response जो है वो I guess late आएंगे.
I will switch. Screen share. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay, so I think there was some issues with Mac. I apologize for that. मैंने इसलिए यहाँ से ज्वाइन कर लिया है। और ठीक है, तो आई होप कि अब स्क्रीन भी सबको क्लियर है। तो प्रीवियसली मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि इस वक्त क्या ऑफर कर रहा है AWS, ठीक है। तो उसका जो आंसर था वो ये था कि हम लोग बात कर रहे थे क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन की, हाउ इज क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन वर्किंग आउट फॉर एवरीवन, एंड देयर आर 4 स्टेप्स जिसमें क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन काम कर रहा होता है। सबसे पहले हमारा जो कोड होता है वो चाहे जेसन फॉर्म में हो या YAML फॉर्म में हो, हम उसमें लिख लेते हैं अपना पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। वी अपलोड इट ऑन S3 एंड देन वी क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन की जो सर्विसेज हैं दे जंप इन, और वो उसको कंपाइल करके AWS के ऊपर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अप्लाई कर देती हैं एज अ आउटपुट। सो इस तरह से बेसिकली AWS काम कर रहा होता है। जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकेंड। अच्छा, लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस स्लाइड जेसन, तो जेसन के बारे में सबसे पहले जब हम सुनते हैं नाम जेसन का, तो सबसे पहले तो एक हीरो है जेसन स्टैथम, उनका नाम जहन में आता है कि एज अ डेवलपर, अगर मैं डेवलपर को कहता हूँ कि यार या किसी नॉर्मल बंदे को कहूँ, एक लेमैन को, तो वो तो ये समझेगा कि यार जेसन शायद इसकी बात हो रही है। सो व्हाट आई वांट टू कन्वे हियर इज कि एज अ डेवलपर आपका जेसन से कंफर्ट लेवल क्या है। अब इस स्लाइड के अंदर एक तो स्क्रीन है हमारे पास ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड, जहाँ पे जेसन लिखी हुई है या YAML लिखी हुई है फॉर एग्जांपल, ठीक है, और YAML के अंदर एक कोड हो रहा है। ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड सोर्स कोड लिखा हुआ है जो कि जावास्क्रिप्ट में। एज अ डेवलपर या एज अ डेवऑप्स पर्सन आप किसको प्रेफर ज़्यादा करेंगे? ठीक है, यू गाइस कैन लेट अस नो इन द कमेंट सेक्शन, बट हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग यही है कि जो भी हमारे पास स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, जो लोग कंप्यूटर साइंस सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ रहे होते हैं किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट से, सबका जो है ज़्यादातर कोड के ऊपर होता है कि यार हम कोड करें, राइट। तो यही वजह है कि जेसन की तरफ आप जाएंगे तो मे बी यू माइट फाइंड कि आप उसको एज अ सेकेंड लेवल सिटीजन ट्रीट कर रहे हैं और कोड के ऊपर ज़्यादा फोकस करें। Are there any alternates to JSON? Definitely, yes, there are. लेकिन before we move forward, we need to understand कि JSON is not really code. JSON या YAML जो भी हैं, ये एक structured किस्म की लैंग्वेजेस हैं और ये अपना काम उस हिसाब से कर रही होती हैं. अच्छा, टूल्स और आईडीज जितने भी हैं उनके अंदर इसकी सपोर्ट लिमिटेड है. और व्हेन आई से दैट, मेरा 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 मकसद कहने का ये है कि जब आप किसी टूल पे या किसी आईडी पे काम कर रहे होते हैं तो कोड के अंदर आपके पास एक तो इंटेलिजेंस आ रही होती है, राइट. एक आपके पास फॉर्मेटिंग अच्छी हो जाती है, एंड थर्ड थिंग दैट यू गेट इज कलर हाईलाइटिंग. ये सारी चीज़ें आपको कोड में तो मिलेंगी, लेकिन जेसन या YAML में वो सपोर्ट इतनी अच्छी आपको नहीं मिलेगी, लिमिटेड सपोर्ट मिलती है. व्हाट अबाउट अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट? प्रोग्रामिंग में आप कोई काम कर रहे हो, कोड पे आप कोई भी काम कर रहे हो, आपको कोई क्वेश्चन आता है, कोई आपको प्रॉब्लम होती है कि यार ये चीज़ मैं कैसे करूँ, ये चीज़ मैं कैसे करूँ, वो आप फॉरन कम्युनिटी से बात करते हैं. कम्युनिटी कैन आंसर यू, कम्युनिटी कैन रिस्पॉन्ड यू about code, because there are a lot of developers out there जो कि कोडिंग की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हैं. they are programmers. what about JSON या YAML? उसका एक सिंटैक्स है, वो आपको आता है तो आप कर सकते हैं उसमें काम, अगर आपको नहीं आता तो आप फंस सकते हैं. and lastly, there is a complexity in developing a custom construct. मुझे अगर मैं कोई काम सोर्स कोड से कर रहा हूँ और मुझे एक चीज़ दूसरी जगह पे इंपोर्ट करनी होती है तो मैं बड़े आराम से इंपोर्ट कर लेता हूँ. मैंने उसका मॉडल बनाया, वहाँ पे इंपोर्ट कर लिया. लेकिन जेसन या YAML में ये चीज़ पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो इट मीन्स के वी शुड कंसिडर एन ऑल्टरनेटिव. अच्छा, अभी तक की जो हमारी डिस्कशन हुई है, अगर मैं इसको थोड़ी देर के लिए रीकैप कर दूं, तो अवर डिस्कशन वाज अराउंड के हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेटअप करने के क्या क्या ऑप्शंस हमने देखे. थ्रू स्क्रिप्ट्स हो सकती है वो चीज़, और सिमिलरली व्हाट कैन हैपन के थ्रू सम ऑटोमेशन हम ये काम कर सकते हैं. और AWS की जो करंट ऑफरिंग है जिसको काफ़ी लोग यूज़ करते हैं वो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन है, और वो जेसन या YAML की बेस पर है. उसके बाद हमने देखा कि उसकी क्या लिमिटेशंस है. अच्छा, अब हम थोड़ा सा टॉपिक की तरफ मूव करते हैं जहां हमने बात की थी कि एजाइल को AWS कैसे सपोर्ट करता है, एंड व्हाई एजाइल डेवलपमेंट इज ईजियर इन यूजिंग AWS टूल्स. तो यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग कम्युनिटी में बैठे हुए हैं, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट्स हैं या फॉर एग्जांपल डेवलपर्स भी हैं या डेवऑप्स के लोग भी हैं, एजाइल में आपको पता है कि सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम हमारे पास क्या आती है. इट्स वेरी इजी टू चेंज रिक्वायरमेंट्स, क्योंकि कभी भी रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी होती ही नहीं है हमारे पास, रिक्वायरमेंट तो चेंज होती रहती है. दैट्स व्हाई एजाइल इज फेमस. अदरवाइज तो हम वाटरफॉल पे भी काम कर सकते हैं, राइट. तो जो लोग एजाइल डेवलपमेंट पे काम कर रहे हैं एंड थ्रू आउट द कम्युनिटी, उन्हें पता है कि आपके पास रिक्वायरमेंट चेंज होती रहती है. तो when you are doing your work in coding, it is easier to incorporate changes. कैसे? आप एक काम करते हैं, आप उसको चेंज करना होता है, आपके पास गिट है, आपके पास आईडीज हैं, आप अपना कोड चेंज करते हैं, डिफरेंस देखते हैं, दोबारा डिप्लॉय कर देते हैं, राइट. सेम काम अगर हमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए करना हो, सेम काम अगर हमें हार्डवेयर की प्रोविजनिंग के लिए करना हो, तो उसके लिए AWS CDK is the right tool. So what is AWS CDK? AWS CDK का लॉन्ग फॉर्म क्या है? क्लाउड डेवलपमेंट किट is an open source software development framework to define your cloud application resources using familiar programming languages. तो जो familiar programming languages हैं वो हमारे पास कौन कौन सी हैं?
पाइथन, जावास्क्रिप्ट या टाइपस्क्रिप्ट, जावा और C#.NET। एटलीस्ट ये इन 4 लैंग्वेजेस के अंदर इसकी सपोर्ट मौजूद है, और आपको अगर अपना सेटअप करना है तो आप इजीली इन 4 लैंग्वेजेस के अंदर ये काम कर सकते हैं। और ये काम कैसे करता है, इसको हम एक नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में देखते हैं कि हाउ द रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट इज सेफ, रिपीटेबल एंड इजीली मैनेज्ड। थोड़ा इसको हम देख लेते हैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड के अंदर। अच्छा, तो ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड ये बता रहा है कि आपके पास एक एप्लीकेशन है, उसके अंदर डिफरेंट स्टैक्स हैं, और उन स्टैक्स के अंदर आपने कुछ कंस्ट्रक्ट्स डिफाइन किए। ठीक है, दिस इज द एनाटॉमी ऑफ योर एप्लीकेशन। इसको हम कहते हैं कि ये सोर्स है। नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस, आपके पास कमांड लाइन पे एक CDK का CLI इंस्टॉल होगा, वो इसको एग्जीक्यूट करेगा, और जब वो इसको एग्जीक्यूट करेगा तो वो इसको कन्वर्ट कर देगा क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन के टेम्पलेट के अंदर। तो बिहाइंड द सीन ये अभी भी क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन ही यूज हो रहा है, बट नाउ व्हाट इट इज डूइंग इसके इसको ये कोड को कन्वर्ट कर रहा है एक इंटरमीडिएट फॉर्मेट के अंदर। जिन लोगों का ताल्लुक जावा से या .NET से, उनको पता है कि देयर इज अ कॉन्सेप्ट कॉल्ड IL, इंटरमीडिएट लैंग्वेज। तो फॉर CDK जो इंटरमीडिएट लैंग्वेज है, जो असेंबली लैंग्वेज है, वो क्या है, वो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन है आज भी, बट दैट हैपेंस बिहाइंड द सीन। वो एज अ डेवलपर, एज अ डेवऑप्स, हमें वो परेशान होने की जरूरत नहीं है कि वो काम कैसे हो रहा है। एंड वंस द क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन टेम्पलेट इज देयर, तो जो AWS की सर्विस है क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन की, इट इज देयर टू प्रोसेस इट, एंड इट प्रोसेसेस इट वेरी इजीली, बिकॉज वो एक कन्वर्टर ने कन्वर्ट किया होता है, और आपको उसमें कोई भी इशू नहीं होता। नाउ अगेन कमिंग बैक टू माय एजाइल पॉइंट, अगर एजाइल डेवलपमेंट को हम थोड़ा सा एक नज़र देख लें, तो एजाइल में आपके पास क्या चीज़ें, 3 चीज़ें होती हैं कि यू डिफाइन इट, यू बिल्ड इट, यू रिलीज इट। दैट्स अ सिंपल एजाइल साइकिल। डेवऑप्स की ये डायग्राम है इन द सेंटर। आपको पता है कि जो डेवऑप्स की साइकिल है, ऑप्स की साइकिल है, उसमें आपके पास रिलीज, डिप्लॉय, ऑपरेट और मॉनिटर आ रहा होता है। डेव की साइकिल है कि मैं प्लान करूंगा, कोड करूंगा, बिल्ड करूंगा एंड टेस्ट करूंगा। तो CDK ने क्या किया, CDK ने ये किया है कि दोनों चीजों को कंबाइन कर दिया। अब आप जो डेवऑप्स वाला काम कर रहे थे वो भी थ्रू कोड कर रहे हैं, और अगर वो काम भी आप थ्रू कोड कर रहे हैं तो आपको कोई इशू नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि दोनों चीज़ें ही कोड के थ्रू जा रही हैं। अभी हम आगे केस स्टडी में थोड़ा देखते हैं कि हमारे पास जो रिक्वायरमेंट आई वो किस किस तरह से ओवर टाइम बिल्ड हुई, और उसमें हमें CDK ने फिर कैसे हेल्प किया। अगर हम वो काम नॉर्मल कर रहे होते तो हमें किस तरह से परेशानी हो सकती थी। ओके, case study done. At Tenpers, we are using Jazz HR internally for the recruitment purpose. Jazz HR की कुछ अपनी APIs हैं, और through which it provides a way to integrate. हमें क्या करना था? अच्छा, मैंने तो यहाँ पर ये सारे बुलेट्स लिख दिए हैं। आपको लग रहा होगा शायद ये रिक्वायरमेंट हमारे एक साथ आ गई, लेकिन ऐसा कभी भी नहीं होता, और रिक्वायरमेंट हमारे पास स्टेप बाय स्टेप ही हमेशा आती है, और वो चेंज भी होती रहती है। तो सबसे पहले द थिंग स्टार्टेड इन द मॉर्निंग कि वी वांट अ वेरी क्विक सोल्यूशन जिसमें हम Jazz HR के साथ एक इंटीग्रेशन लिखते हैं, एंड इस काम को हमें आज एक दिन में ही करना है। इट्स वेरी हाई प्रायोरिटी रिक्वायरमेंट। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हमने कहा ठीक है, हम ये काम कर लेंगे। अब वहाँ से नेक्स्ट चीज़ आती है कि जो डेटा प्रोवाइड करना है वो हम ये कहते हैं रिक्रूटर्स को कि वो एक टेक्स्ट फाइल में कुछ डेटा रखें, और वो फाइल कहीं पर रख देंगे, सिस्टम उसे पिक कर ले और अपलोड कर देगा। अच्छा, अब बात यहाँ पे आके रुकी नहीं, थोड़ी सी बात और आगे बढ़ी कि यार रिक्रूटर्स में हो सकता है ज़रा सा नॉन टेक्निकल लोग हों, वो कहीं पर फाइल को रखेंगे, इट कैन बी अ प्रॉब्लम, परमिशन का इशू भी हो सकता है। तो हाउ अबाउट हैविंग अ नाइस UI थ्रू विच पीपल कैन अपलोड द फाइल। ऑल राइट, फिर बात आगे बढ़ी कि जब सिस्टम के पास वो डेटा आ जाए तो सिस्टम एक ईमेल भी सेंड कर दे। हमने कहा ठीक है। And then the last thing was कि how about scheduling an email every PM every day at 8 p.m. So this is a brief intro of case study, or how the requirements actually came to us step by step. Acha. So our case study contains primarily two components. One is a front end जो कि facilitate करता है recruiters को for uploading files, and second one is a cron job जो कि scheduler है और वो एक email shoot करने के काम में आता है हमारे पास. So these are the two main things जो कि हमें case study में काम आती हैं. From this point onwards, मैं ये चाहूँगा कि मेरे कॉलीग अशरफ सबूर हैं वो अब आए हॉट सीट के ऊपर, और हमने अपने इस डेमो के अंदर सीडी को यूज़ करते हुए क्या क्या चीज़ें करी हैं, कैसे चीज़ें की हैं. तो अशरफ विल टेक ओवर. थैंक यू अशरफ.
Thank you, guys. So apologies that we are using same account for two persons. So right. So let's begin with the fun part. So सबसे पहले तो हम देख लेते हैं कि what are the products for the SDK, and the obvious one is the AWS account with working keys. Along with that, we need Node.js. Even if you want to work on any language, अगर आप Python पे लिखना चाहते हैं, you still need Node.js because the toolkit that is built for CDK is written on Node, and you need Node.js. And installation is pretty straightforward, and you can use npm install to install the toolkit of AWS SDK. So let me stop sharing my screen and I'll share my terminal and IDE in a while. Just give me a second. Right. So let's begin setting up the environment for our requirement. So Beth, can you see my screen? Yes. Okay. Perfect. So I have this a small project called Jazz HR, और उसमें हमारे पास दो folders हैं. There is a cron job and then there is a web application. So we are first going to deploy the web application. The web app is built on Express, and it is Dockerized. So let's move on to that folder and let's initialize our project. So सबसे पहले we are going to run the init command, and we are going to select our language as TypeScript. You have around 4 or 5 languages to choose from. Okay, first I need to make a directory. Right, so it has started to bootstrap my CDK project. It is going to take us few seconds to do it. Let's go over our IDE. और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि इसने प्रोजेक्ट में बना के दे दिया है bootstrap. So there are two main folders जो कि हमारा भी main concern के. The first one is the bin folder जिसके अंदर the main app is being initialized, and the other folder is lib folder जिसके अंदर हमारा main stack deployed है. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this default CDK stack to web stack क्योंकि हम पहले web deploy कर रहे हैं. We also want to rename the class to web. Apart from this, so let's rename all the references over here. Yeah, that's it, I guess. That's the last one. Yeah. So before we move any further, we need to install a few construct libraries that we will be needing. So the first construct library that we need is of the S3 bucket. Let me install S3, and we also need construct for EC2 because we will be needing VPC from there, and we also need ECS because we will be deploying our our web app on ECS Target service, and we will also be using a level 3 construct. that actually deploys multiple resources using some common architectural patterns. And for that we need ECS pattern library. This is going to take a couple of seconds to install. Let's go back to our web stack and let's start building our application, our PDCAP. So let's first import the construct for S3, and let's wait for it to be stored here. Sure. So first we need to create a bucket. So the first argument is basically the scope. So we want to deploy a bucket in the scope of this stack. So we pass this. The second is going to be the idea of this construct. So let's call this file bucket, because we are going to store the files over here. The third argument is basically the parameter. So let's say we want our bucket not to be version. So let's set it false. We also want our bucket to be deleted जब हम अपना stack को destroy करेंगे. So we are going to set the removal policy to destroy. And also we cannot destroy a bucket unless it is empty. So let's set auto delete objects to true. So generally on constructs that are built on storage resources, generally the resources are not destroyed automatically, they are retained because we don't want to lose data. But for our demo purpose, I've set the removal policy to destroy. The second thing we need to set up is the VPC, and for that we are going to use a construct from the EC2 service. Yes, so we have create instance VPC. Again, the first argument is the scope. The second argument is the the idea of that resource, and we are going to pass. We are going to pass some arguments. Let's make it multi availability zones, and we are going to have 2 AZs, and also let's say we want one NAT gateway for the sake demo. Thirdly, we are going to create a cluster of Fargate service so that we can run our containers over there. So for that, we are going to create a cluster, and for cluster we need to import from ECS service, because we are going to create a Fargate cluster. And cluster needs to be created in a VPC, and we are going to use the same VPC that we. The first argument is always the scope. The second argument is the idea of the resource. Let's call it JAS cluster, and the third argument is actually the parameter. So let's pass VPC. And lastly, finally, we are going to now we are going to get our Fargate service. So over here, we are going to use a level 3 construct, and level 3 construct of ECS is under AWS ECS pattern. So over here, we are going to use application load balanced Fargate service. So what this service is going to do, this service is going to create multiple services such as a load balancer, target groups, and a service to run our containers. So firstly, we need to pass the cluster, and then we need to pass our the image or the container, and for that we need image tag and container image.com assets. As you can see that on my web folder, I have this Docker file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer this over here so that it can pick the Docker file and container image. Also, I'm going to give a container port of 3000, and I am also going to give some environment variables such as bucket, because the files will be stored on on that bucket. All right. Next, okay, so we also need to provide the CPU, how much CPU we need to give to this container, and also how much memory we need to provide. So let's provide that. Also, we need to define how many containers we want to run. Let's run one container for a while. So this is my target service. Next, I want to set up so next I want to set up the help text. So already I have an API in a web application, so I'm just going to give path of that API, and that will be help. And one last thing. So this is the last step of setting up the web app. We need to provide permission to the Fargate service so that it can read and write on our bucket. So we are going to fetch last row. So that's the end of web stack. Now let's move back to our bin folder, and over here we are going to I'm just going to remove all these comments. We need to provide an account and environment. So let me copy my account from here. So this is my account. Just going to paste it over here. We also want to deploy multiple environments. So for that, what we will do is we are going to fetch the environment from the context, and we are going to pass to that. That's it. And we are going to append this over in a stack name so that we can deploy multiple stacks on different environments. Let's go back to our terminal, and over here I'm going to run the first command of deploy cdk. I'm going to give it my profile, my AWS profile, and I'm going to set deploy, and I'll also pass the context variable, that is let's deploy this on the queue environment. So let's deploy this. With this command, the CDK toolkit is going to deploy all the resources on AWS. So it's showing me all the resources, all the rows that this is going to create. So I'm simply going to say yes, और ये जो है deployment start कर देगा. Let's go to our AWS console. So it is going to take few seconds to start deployment. So it has you can see that it has started to deploy. It is review in progress. और ये one by one करके ये सारे deploy resources को deploy करना शुरू कर देगा. So since हमने सबसे पहले bucket create की थी, हम S3 पे चले जाते हैं. And over here you can see that so it is going to take a few seconds to start creating the resources. So meanwhile this is done. हम cron की service पे जब तक काम कर लेते हैं. Okay, so let's create a new file over here. Let's call it cron pack .ps. So I'm going to copy this from my notepad because this is going to take some time. So let me just copy paste from here. Okay, so let's import. Let's do the import as well. Right. So we need one more service. So we are going to install one more construct, that is the policy statement, and we also need to install this schedule construct as well. So we'll install that in a while. Let's go back to our console. और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि हमारी जो bucket है वो create हो चुकी है. Let's go to EC2 and over there हम लोग का load balancer और target group भी बन चुका होना चाहिए है. There as well. So over here you can see कि हम लोग का जो है target group भी create हो गया है और if it's look at load balancer, that is also created. Let's go to ECS now. So with just one command and few simple functions that we called, it has created all these services within few minutes. So यहाँ पे हम लोग का cluster भी create हो गया है और it is soon going to run our Fargate service as well. Questions. So if anyone has questions, so you can post your questions in the comment section. So हम जब तक हम उनको we can talk about them. Let's install. Meanwhile, it is being executed. Let's install IAM, and we need events. We need these two constructs as well for account service. Events. So, and the other construct is IAM. And for IAM, we are going to policy statement. That's it. Go back to our service. Yeah. Okay, so still being deployed. Let's complete our cron till then. Last thing that we want to do is since there are two stacks now, we want to share some resources from web stack to a cron stack. So for that, we will create some public read-only variables in a web, and we have simply copy paste them, and let's replace local variables with these variables, this bucket and this part cluster. This okay. Next, what we'll do is we are going to import our cron service over here in our lib bin folder. And we are going to call this thing. So cron stack, we actually extended the props. So now what we're going to do is we are going to save the return of web stack into a variable. Let's call it web stack, and we are going to pass it web stack dot cluster and bucket. Let's go back over here. Yeah. So sorry.
9:15.
Yeah. So we are going to change it on stack. Right. So our the web stack is now up. Let's open up the load balancer URL. So over here you can see that our service is up and task is running. And also if we go to in our target groups, and you can see over here that our target is now healthy. So let's upload a file. So this is the UI that we built. So let's upload a small sample file over here, and let's go back to our bucket, and over here you can see that our file is now uploaded, right? So let's move back to our cron service, and let's deploy our cron now. So the command will be very simple. So before I run execute the deploy command, I'll first execute the diff command, so which is actually going to tell us that which new services or resources will be created. And over here you can see that these resources will be created through the new cron service जो हमने अभी create की है. So let's try and deploying our cron service. So the command is simple again, and we also, since now we have multiple stacks, we need to pass another param called all, so that it deploys all our stacks. So ये सबसे पहले तो देखा कि QA जो हमारा वेब स्टैक था उसमें तो कोई चेंज नहीं है. So उसमें क्योंकि हमने थोड़ा सा चेंज किया था, what we did was we actually created some new variables at class level, और हमने उनको स्टोर किया था, और फिर उसके बाद हमने उनको पास किया था in our cron stack. So it was a change which actually changes the output of the stack. तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा change करेगा. And then if we go back over here, it will start creating a new cron stack over here. So let's give it a couple of seconds. So meanwhile, any questions there, feel free to ask. We're happy to answer them. So the web stack is updated. अब जो है ये मुझसे पूछ रहा है कि cron stack update कर दे, and I said yes. और ये अब मेरा cron stack जो है उसको deploy करना शुरू कर देगा. ये stack जल्दी deploy हो जाएगा क्योंकि इसमें यहाँ पे कम services हैं. It just has to run a scheduled cron task on ECS Fargate. So meanwhile this is done, हम थोड़ा सा quickly go through कर लेते हैं हमने cron stack में करा क्या. So just like a web stack, वहाँ पे हमने application load balance target service use की थी. Over here we use a schedule target service जो कि एक scheduler की तरह काम करता है. And over here we gave it an expression of 1 minute for the sake of demo. In reality हमें ये रात को 8 बजे चलाना था, but for demo we are giving it an expression to run every minute. Secondly, again हमें जो है इस सर्विस को परमिशन देनी थी so that it can access bucket. हमने वो दे दिया. And lastly, the service actually sends emails, और वो SCS सर्विस यूज कर रहा है, so उसके लिए हमने यहाँ पे परमिशंस को दे दी कि to send email and send raw email. So ये हमने 2 एक्स्ट्रा काम यहाँ पे किए apart from setting up the scheduled target service. So यहाँ पे हम देख लेते हैं it has started deploying the cron job. हम यहाँ पे आ जाते हैं, and over at ECS हम यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि a task would soon come over here. This service is deploying. So meanwhile, let's open up our CloudWatch. जहाँ पे सब logs गिरेंगे, and we are going to verify whether our services are running or not. So let's go over there. Meanwhile, the service is being deployed. Right. So service यहाँ पे हमारी बन गई है, and if we go over here, you can see that we got a success message और ये deploy हो गई. Let's go over to our logs, और यहाँ पे हमारी logs automatically it automatically configures everything for us using best practices. तो हमारी जितनी भी logs होंगी वहाँ पास CloudWatch में आ जाएंगी. So open up logs. So over here you can see that it executed our cron job exactly at 3:53, और यहाँ पे अगर आप इसके logs देखें, it picked up the file जो कि हमने S3 पे upload की थी through the UI. उसके बाद उसने data को parse किया and it sent an email to our test email address. So let's go back to our test email. Over here, let me refresh this, and you can see that I just received this email just now. Or that cron actually picked the file from the S3 और यहाँ पे उसने फाइल को डिलीट कर दिया. ठीक है. If I go again and I re-upload, ये सर्विस जो है as it is चलती रहेगी. ठीक है. So that's the end of our deployment. So as you can see कि हमें hardly took around 20 minutes to deploy 2 services. And now if we want to deploy this on if we want to move this to production, हमें कुछ भी नहीं करना. We just simply have to change the environment variable, और उसके बाद जो है this is going to create entirely different environment for us. One thing if you have noticed वो ये कि all these services that were created have this prefix of QA. स्टैक की बात करें तो यहाँ पे QA आ रहा है. अगर हम बकेट की बात करें तो यहाँ पे QA लिखा हुआ आ रहा है. टारगेट की बात करें तो there is a QA. ECS पे आ जाए तो there is QA everywhere. So it is very easy for us to identify कि किस environment की ये service है. In case if you have multiple accounts, generally for production accounts different होते हैं, that can easily be configured through this. You can change the account, or even you can change the region based on the environment too. So that's pretty easy. So the last command that I'm going to execute is basically the destroy command. So if I call this command, this is going to kill all the environments, every resource that was created through these steps. So ये command जो है सब कुछ delete कर देगी. I don't have to manually go and delete all and everything. So just let me change the environment. So this is going to take some while. So that's the end of our demo. So any questions, if you have anything, ask. So that's the end of our demo.
Okay. Thank you, Achat, for the demo. It was really nice and informative. And Samama, I think that is it from our side. Thank you very much again. Stay safe and stay healthy.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आपने जो है वो अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला और जो है हमारी ऑडियंस के लिए इसका जो यूज़फुल जो है वो कंटेंट जो है वो प्रोवाइड किया. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. थैंक यू.
अल्लाह हाफ़िज़.
हमारे इस लाइव स्ट्रीम के जो आखिरी स्पीकर है उनका नाम है मूसा खालिद. सो मैं इंट्रोडक्शन करवाता चलता हूँ. Musa Khalid is a senior site reliability engineer at Workday, where he leads the efforts to optimize and deploy workloads of all types onto the AWS cloud. He has a diverse outlook on technology. Over the course of his 8-year career in software and technology, he worked across a wide array of roles, ranging from working in actual data centers, teaching thousands of learners about DevOps and AWS cloud globally, and helping a startup company shift their on-prem software to software as a service offering on the public cloud. He is a lifelong learner who loves keeping up with the cloud and currently holds over 10 industry recognized certifications, including Red Hat, Terraform, Kubernetes, and AWS, 7 of which are AWS certifications. His aim is to inspire everyone to change their lives through learning and empowering their future with it. We are thankful to Musa Khalid that he is with us. Over to you.
Hello. Salama, can everybody see my screen here? The presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Your screen is visible.
Awesome. Uh, hello, assalamu alaikum, and welcome to this session on Intro to Cloud Careers and Certification for AWS Beginners. A little thing about this session that I'm bilingual. I'll be happy to speak in between Urdu and English, and I'll be most happy to cater to any questions or queries after the session, between the session, or even after today. So मैं उर्दू ही बोलूँगा, मैं mix and match करूँगा because I know the target audience is mostly in Pakistan. So before we begin this session, I know that over the past 2 days, you have heard a lot of cloud jargon, services, high availability, auto scaling, elasticity, engineering on the cloud. And a lot of you might be beginners to this industry. And it is scary. डर लगता है कि how is it possible that you can match up to people who are so well versed in the community with cloud, and at the same time still be able to learn and compete with the industry within the industry. And this is what I want to clarify for you. So again, my name is Musa Khalid, and I'm a senior site reliability engineer at Workday. And let's kick this off. So the very first thing that I want to talk to you about is my story. And normally I wouldn't do this, but for this presentation, I think this is relevant because my story about coming to learn AWS is going to be a lot like what a lot of you university students will come across. So I graduated from FAST NU Lahore in 2012 in telecommunications. And believe me, my degree did not prepare me for a career in cloud computing. Not to say that the education was not good. We learned tons about programming, systems, and networking, but we did not learn too much about cloud computing, which may not be the case right now. So आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी अब आपको कोर्सेज पढ़ा रही होंगी क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग के. So my predicament, मेरी situation ये थी कि मुझे नहीं पता था cloud computing क्या है. But still, I worked in prestigious companies in Pakistan, telecommunication vendors and companies, and I learned tons. I had amazing mentors who I still learn from to this date. And it's going to be a surprise to you, but the first time that I got introduced to AWS or public cloud was in 2017, which is when I moved countries. So I moved to the States, America, about 3.5, 4 years ago. And that's when I noticed, and I moved there without a job. So I did not have a job when I moved from Pakistan to America. And this was interesting. I was taking a risk. And when I got there, I noticed that a lot of I was in systems administration, right? So I wasn't a code developer. I didn't write code or features in applications. So there was a lot of gap in how technology is deployed. They use technologies such as Ansible, Chef, AWS provided services. And I was at loss. I was jobless for about 5 to 6 months. So 5 to 6 mahine, it was very tough because you start to question yourself. Do you have the capability? Can you learn and come up to pace with an industry which is the pioneer in cloud computing, that is America? So in those 5 to 6 months of being jobless, I did my first ever certification. So my first ever career certification in 2017, which was AWS Solutions Architect Associate. And not long after, I was made a job offer and accepted that. And the strange thing is that my first job was not too much about AWS Cloud. It's just that the certification got me noticed. The knowledge was good, but I still had to work my way up to using AWS daily. So my excitement about AWS, how I came across it, I Googled, I found this service. AWS was offering this free tier. So वो कहते थे कि free tier account बनाएं और आपको एक खास amount of usage is going to be free. So I did that, I used that, और मुझे सबसे कमाल ये लगा कि I come from a background of data centers. So मैंने जो पाकिस्तान की top 2 companies हैं telecom की उनके लिए काम किया हुआ है. I've been in data centers. And the interesting part was I had to be inside data centers physically. So I know the pain of maintaining physical hardware, networking, backups and whatnot. So this picture that you see on the screen right now, I don't know how visible it is. It is the picture of a server with a monitor connected to it. And I don't know if you can make out that, but there's code compiling. So this is how we deployed new servers. I would physically go there. Some helpers would help us put the servers in the rack. We would power it up, put our source code there, compile it, stand there while it compiled. And for the most part, I was actually chilling in the background. So this picture that you see, I took 2 seats, I put my feet on the other chair and then waited for the code to compile. So I know the pain of being in actual data centers. And this is what public clouds like AWS alleviate for us. So from then on, when I noticed that public cloud is magic, you might have heard the word magic a lot today. A lot of people would have said like, oh wow, CloudFormation works like magic. It deploys something in the cloud and all you have to do is write code, which everybody wants to do nowadays. And that's actually what you end up doing. So I decided to learn and teach people. And I eventually in America moved to working for a company, A Cloud Guru, where I taught thousands of learners. And in that, I learned a lot myself. Believe me, no matter which part of your career you're in, you always learn. Learning is a two-way street. So for that matter, I try to promote AWS Cloud, make people see the benefits that I saw on it, and kept on doing certifications. Today, I hold about 7 AWS certifications. It's not a race. It's definitely for my own knowledge and keeping up to date. I do attend the annual AWS conference in Las Vegas, US, known as AWS reInvent. Just to show you an interesting picture, this is me fighting with the AWS Ninja at the last 2019 reInvent about a disagreement with which was the best service in AWS. A lot of people would disagree. I mean, some would say it's CloudFormation, others would say it's Lambda, which is the serverless compute service for AWS. But this was nonetheless a very interesting encounter. और मैं बच के निकल गया. So let's dive into, I want to keep today's session light. I want to inspire you guys. I want to make you guys look at the lighter side of things. I won't be going too much technical. Hopefully we'll be doing that in the upcoming, events in the future. But let's talk about what the cloud is. I mean, you've heard the term cloud way too many times today. But what is the cloud? And honestly, I think that to boil it down for you guys, इसको सबसे simple terms में करें तो आपको hardware, बिजली, security की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, electricity और physical चीजों की maintain करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. It doesn't mean कि ये वाकई आसमान में कोई invisible चीजें हैं. No, somebody somewhere in the world has to stand up data centers, which Amazon does very well for you. However, you don't have to worry about the security, the infrastructure, and whatnot. And the reason for that is that that's the contract between you and your public cloud provider. They're doing this, they're taking the pain of this, and you're paying them a sum of money for accessing those resources over networks or internet. So to be honest, if I was to simplify this, it's just like renting someone else's computer. अगर मैं इस वक्त बोलूं सुमामा से कि सुमामा मुझे तुम्हारे सिस्टम की एक्सेस चाहिए SSH के थ्रू, टीम व्यूअर के थ्रू, whatever स्क्रीन शेयरिंग के थ्रू, और मैं कहता हूँ सुमामा मुझे तुम्हारे सिस्टम पे अपना कोड कंपाइल करना है because my system doesn't have enough RAM. So I would access a system, I would put my source code there, compile it, use Samama CPU, memory, disk. That's in fact cloud computing. Anytime you're using a service in the cloud, that is cloud computing for you. Dropbox use kar le, Slack use kar le. Where is your data residing? It's in the cloud. And that's to boil it down. So it's not magic. It's a very simple thing. You're just renting someone else's infrastructure. And we'll discuss what infrastructure is. So the other benefit of cloud is it's a fraction of the cost of owning actual data centers. So imagine that you buy a Dell server for 300,000 rupees, then you transfer it to Pakistan, you find a building to put it in, ensure electricity, backups, security. At the end of the day, you're going to end up paying millions of rupees. And for a lot of people, startups, it's not a viable option. Some big companies can do it and they find profit in it because the profit loss ratio for them is minimal. They can do it at the economies of scale, but the startups can't, which is my next point, that it is excellent for startups. You don't have to worry about spending millions of dollars just on standing up an infrastructure. You can literally right now go into AWS, open up an account, and start spinning up tons of servers and services and buckets and disks. So, having said that, I've painted a very good image of cloud or public cloud or AWS. But just remember that it is built by humans and we're always improving. And cloud is not just all blue skies and smooth sailing. So, yeah, it's not like as easy as some people may paint it. You still have to architect for security. You have to write efficient code to run on top of the cloud infrastructure, such as virtual machines and Lambda functions. And you still have to take care about the error handling of your application, its high availability, on top of what AWS provides you, so that your customers are happy. So I'll show you a picture of, just to clarify that moving to cloud simply does not mean कि आपके सारे मसले हल हो जाएंगे. In fact, कभी बार मसले बढ़ भी जाते हैं. So you have to weigh the pros and cons of moving to the AWS cloud or any public cloud. But for most people, it's very beneficial. Still, you have to research. So this picture is just to show you one of those bad days. Those bad days could be in the public cloud, in your own premises data center. ये picture में मैं खुद हूँ. This is a 2-year-old me in the traditional Pakistani shalwar kameez, crying about something. And you will end up having these kind of days in the cloud too, because you still have to architect for efficiency. And we'll talk about that in a bit. So let's talk about cloud careers. I'll talk about them from my perspective and what cloud means. To be honest, I feel like a career in cloud is just like any other engineering career. It's just that you are segregating this specific part of engineering by tagging it cloud. Your OS skills like Linux administration, Windows still comes in handy because surprise, surprise, you still use these OSs in the cloud. Your skill with language such as Python, C++, Java still comes in handy. So just remember that cloud careers don't mean that you have to forget all the previous engineering knowledge that you have had and start new. No, it builds on top of what you already have. And yes, there's some really awesome, cool automation and scaling capabilities that you do need to learn about. But just know that your engineering knowledge is always going to accentuate your cloud knowledge. Before I go into the cloud careers part, let's talk about infrastructure. I use that term. You might have heard this term a lot. Let me break it down for you. Infrastructure means broadly, and there's many complex derivations of this. Infrastructure means in AWS compute, storage, and networking. So compute is basically a CPU, just like the CPU that you have at home. A little bit different though, because in a data center of AWS, you have a rack server as opposed to having a tower server, the CPUs that you have at home. And those computers, what they do, they provide you processing power, CPU, they provide you RAM, memory, and then they provide you disk, which is attached inside the CPU. So some of you may or may not be aware of network storage. So there's disk inside your CPU, and then the disk which is connected to your CPU through networks, which is my next point. Storage. In AWS, this is the networked area of disks that your compute can attach to over the network. The capability that storage offers you is that it's dynamic. You can attach disks on the fly. You can detach them, attach them. So say, for example, if your compute instance in AWS, also known as an Elastic Compute Cloud EC2 instance, does not have more than 100 gigs of disk. Now, what you do is that you would spin up an EBS disk, also known as storage on AWS, maybe 1 terabyte, and you can dynamically attach it to your instance, and voila, you've got almost infinite amount of disk to use. So you never run out of disk space. And lastly, this is the coolest part, because I hated networking, to be honest. I'm still not very good at it, but AWS has simplified it so much for you. Networking in AWS is software defined. It's managed by AWS, as in the actual physical devices are abstracted out. तो आपको नजर नहीं आता. आपको Cisco के routers में F5 firewalls और Avaya की चीजों में या जो भी networking की equipment होती है उसके अंदर login नहीं करना पड़ता. आपको उनकी specific language नहीं जाननी पड़ती. You don't need to know which operating system is running on your networking devices, because AWS has made this software defined. In fact, spinning up any one of these three components, compute and storage or networking, is software defined. You basically write code or use services like AWS CloudFormation or other tools like Terraform to deploy. What these tools do is that they have embedded API calls in them, and they know that when you write in YAML or JSON that instance count to OS, AMI, Linux, something, something, that software knows how to convert that JSON into a chunk of code, compiled code, and make calls to the APIs for those services. So this is what infrastructure is. So whenever I say deploy infrastructure or use infrastructure, this is what infrastructure means in general. So let's talk about the type of careers that you can find in cloud. And most of them are going to be about infrastructure deployment. And we'll discuss other ones too. Infrastructure deployments involves you writing code, scripts, or finding methods to deploy infrastructure in the most efficient way possible. It also involves solutions architecture. So a client comes to you, asks you that I want to deploy a website in Pakistan only, but I also want it to be global enough that people can access it from America, and I want it to serve this amount of data, and I don't want to pay more than this. Well, you will design architecture because you, as a solutions architect, as an expert of AWS, know which service is globally available, for example, S3, or which service helps spread or cache data, such as CloudFront, and how you can save on the cost, because you yourself know if you want to use the S3 infrequent access, which is less costly, or standard access, which is more costly but makes availability of your data more easy. So that's the part of application solutions architecture that you may be working on. Other types of job involve application development suited to cloud infrastructure. So gone are the days that you had a physical server and that you had a set amount of RAM or CPU, so that you were constricted by how much RAM or CPU you could use. And if you were running out of CPU or RAM, you had to physically install new servers. But now your code can be intelligent enough to leverage the features within AWS to spin up virtual machines, disks, networking components on the fly. And that's what people do. They write intelligent code using auto-scaling. Auto-scaling is a very common term used in AWS. It's an amazing feature. I love it. It's basically intelligent enough to see the usage of CPU in different metrics, such as network bandwidth, to scale up your virtual machines. And it also works across many other services. So your code can be intelligent enough to cater for that, to know that there can be new services added, to deploy service discovery to discover newly added instances and route traffic to it, and have them cache stuff and make it more efficient for your customers. The third field that you might end up being in, and these all could be combined into a single job or separate jobs too, depending on how big of a company you are in, is cloud computing cost optimization. Now, this is a huge field for a lot of people, whether you are a startup or an enterprise. For example, at Workday, our spend is in millions. And just by making sure that we are using the most efficient EC2 instance, we can save on cost. So one instance costs about $0.2 per hour, whereas the other one, which is a newer version, a new generation, will cost $0.1. Now, although it's in points, but the cost is almost halved. So it's half the cost of the previous one, and therefore you're having cutting down on your cost by 50% actually. So it's a huge field, and knowledge of cost optimization comes from experience, from having worked in AWS or having the right amount of knowledge about what to use in what scenario. So when deploying a website, for example, you can use AWS S3 to serve static data, or maybe you can use a service like Elastic Beanstalk to spin up a proper EC2 instance to serve your website through. So the options are countless. Like AWS comes up with 10, 15 services easy. Like I'm just like probably underestimating it, but probably 50 services a year. And all the services are geared towards specific use cases. So knowing which service to use in what scenario is what's going to be most valuable in your career. And that's why you do all these certifications and keep ramping up your knowledge. And the last field that you might be working in, which is very popular, is migration from on-prem or data centers to cloud. A lot of people had legacy infrastructure, actual CPUs रखे हुए थे, बिजली लगाई हुई थी, बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. Like मुझे याद है कि हीटिंग के मसले हो जाते थे और डेटा सेंटर्स में एट पॉइंट्स हमें पेडेस्टल फैंस लगाने पड़ते थे. सो वी हैड टू इंस्टॉल पेडेस्टल फैंस ऑफ कौन सी कंपनी थी, आई डोंट इवन रिमेंबर द नेम ऑफ द कंपनी. रॉयल फैंस, आई मीन प्रॉब्ली रॉयल फैंस के पेडेस्टल फैंस थे जो हम लगाते थे जस्ट टू कूल डाउन द सर्वर्स. दिस वाज इन एक्चुअल एंटरप्राइज डेटा सेंटर्स. सो बहुत सारी कंपनीज फायदा देखती हैं दैट व्हाई डू यू वांट टू manage hundreds of servers when AWS can do that for you and save you on the cost and the hectic, routine of looking after them, maintaining the hardware. So this is the move from on-prem to cloud. There's a lot of tools, there's a lot of specialties in this, and it's a big thing now. A lot of people are moving from cloud to on-prem as well, depending on their use case. And then there's hybrid. A lot of people see that they cannot move away from data centers for their own reasons, for policy, for compliance, because they need to keep data on their own premises, but they still want to use the cloud for expanding services. So if you're sitting in Pakistan right now and you want to deploy a website in Australia so that it's quickly accessible over the internet, you would not go and buy servers or rent a warehouse or something in Australia. It's going to be crazy costly. What you would do is that you would leverage AWS data centers in Australia and then use your on-prem data centers to run the application in tandem, which is what we call hybrid computing. So a lot of people are looking for engineers and cloud engineers who can help them do that. But at the end of the day, just remember that cloud computing still uses the same underlying fundamentals as operating system knowledge, programming, and infrastructure as code deployment, so scripting as well. So don't think that this is something absolutely new that you're going to have to start from in scratch. The ramp up time for me learning AWS was pretty quick because my knowledge of OS fundamentals was good, and I just had to understand that I'm just renting someone else's computer using software defined network software defined code, sorry, scripts and using different languages. So my tips and tricks for cloud careers, or actually, to be honest, any career, and this might be cliche, आप लोगों ने बहुत दफा सुना होगा, but this worked for me. I was a shy guy. I never used to go out and connect with people, but I had to. So find good mentors. I'm not saying कि जाके लोगों को तंग करें, पीछे पड़ जाएं, कि नहीं मुझे सिखाएं, कोई आपको जादू का पोशन नहीं पिला सकता चीजें दिखाने के लिए. But finding a good mentor means कि that mentor is going to motivate you, inspire you, and give you insights into cloud from their experience. I do this a lot. I love connecting and networking with people. I never stop people from reaching out. I've taught thousands of people and I learn from them, to be honest, every day. So don't be shy, reach out. Don't let language or your confidence to, put yourself out there, show that you want to learn. Don't let that be a hindrance to your, reach, your growing in this career. Do that a lot. I do that still to date. I still reach out to people for mentorship. I still reach out to people for learning from them. One of the things that helps me immensely is doing mini projects. For example, creating a resume website. And actually, for a lot of you students, AWS gives you enough free tier to run a free resume website. You can use services like Amazon S3, but simply अपनी PDF या Word document या जो भी है recommended a PDF S3 bucket में upload करें, और बेसिकली उधर से ही अगर आप S3 को S3 स्टैटिक वेबसाइट में कन्वर्ट कर दें तो आपकी वेबसाइट उधर तैयार है. यू कैन लिटरली सेंड दैट S3 स्टैटिक वेबसाइट लिंक टू एनीबॉडी ऑन द अर्थ और वो आपकी रेज्यूमे देख सकते हैं. और यू कैन आल्सो बिल्ड एन HTML पेज, थोड़ी सी स्टैटिक प्रोग्रामिंग HTML के थ्रू आप अपनी बड़ी प्यारी वेबसाइट खड़ी कर सकते हैं. डू थिंग्स लाइक दिस, दे आर सुपर इजी. इनफैक्ट सुमामा मुझे बता रहा था दैट ही यूज्ड a service known as Amazon Simple Email Service to send out registration emails to thousands of participants. And this, so this goes to show you that even this community day is powered by AWS. So write about these blogs or projects that you do. Now, a lot of people get scared about writing, blogs and writing their thoughts out. Do not let language or written English be a barrier. The objective is to put your thoughts on paper. Because when you do that, you're not doing just for other people who are going to read it, but you're doing it for yourself. That helps you being organized. When you write something, it's not the same as what's going inside your head. And then you think twice before saying like, okay, I can improve how I understand and write this thing down, this concept down, this way better. So don't stop yourself just because you think that somebody else has written a better blog out there. There's people who learn, who excel best, are the ones who can articulate their thoughts by writing. And it's not about the English, it's not about uh, the uh, the language. It's about being able to just put your thoughts on paper to help someone else. And believe me, people are going to be very thankful. And lastly, participate in community events. Offer to do presentations and talks. This is how you build confidence. This is how people reach out to you, and you meet like-minded people. For example, I've met a lot of people who have done AWS certifications through meetups and through participating in events, and they motivated me to take a certain specialty in AWS or learn a special thing or work on a specific weakness of mine. So these are my tips and tricks. Now, on to the AWS certifications, a topic which is very near and dear to my heart. Before I dive into the actual certifications, let me tell you something about certification themselves. First and foremost, the thing is to add to your knowledge and expertise. A lot of people may see that people are going crazy doing certifications left, right, and center, but just know that the objective is always to add to your knowledge and expertise, because these certifications are excellent for that. And then additionally, you don't deny the fact that you get recognized, you get job offers, you get noticed. A certification merely by itself does not offer you, guarantee a job, guarantee a career. It does not guarantee anything, to be honest, by itself. It's what you bring with that knowledge, that experience, that logical mindset of being able to apply that technology. So, like I did myself, I sat the Solutions Architect Associate exam after only 2 months of preparation, maybe, I guess. And AWS recommends about 1 year of preparation. But I did prep myself. I used the free tier. I spun up EC2s. I used S3 buckets. I used Lambda functions. I broke things, but I knew that it was free tier. So I was happy doing it and I was happy learning. So I did have some experience, even if it was experience by myself. And I did get recognized. So once I did the certification, recruiters started reaching out to me. But still, you have to go through the interview hoops, and you will be exposed if you don't come with the right knowledge. If you just like learn the game, just learn how to pass certifications and not have that experience. So experience will always trump anything else, and that comes by your own hard work. It's the chicken and egg problem. पाकिस्तान में और हर जगह पे ही है कि कंपनीज एक्सपीरियंस मांगती हैं और आपका एक्सपीरियंस होता नहीं है. तो एक्सपीरियंस के बगैर आप किस तरह जॉब लोगे, और अगर आपको जॉब नहीं मिलेगी तो एक्सपीरियंस किस तरह आएगा. So it's the chicken and the egg problem, and you can solve it yourself. Have that little boost of working with something by yourself. Reach out to those mentors. I welcome all of you on this session to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll have my links up at the end of the session. And the last thing which I use certifications for is staying up to date with AWS technology. AWS har mahine, like every day, change karta hai, because they are customer obsessive. So they keep improving on the services that they have. So to keep up with them, that's the reason that I sit AWS certification exams and keep renewing them, because I know that there's something new that I can learn and take back, because I actively work on AWS. And knowing the best way or using the latest feature which is going to save my company money or time or both is something that is very much valued. So now let's talk about AWS certifications themselves. I don't know what the hype is around these certifications, but all I'll say is that they are very interesting. They are very engaging. They are mostly MCQ based. So basically, one question, four options, and you have to pick one right answer, or there could be multiple choices for you to select. So it could be one question, and you have to select three right options or two right options. And then more recently, AWS has also added a hands-on component to the certification, namely the AWS SysOps certification, which is an associate cert. It's an amazing cert. And in this cert, they have you go through a hands-on lab in an actual AWS environment spun up by them to test your actual practical skills. Now, this is something that is amazing. That's how you learn. So having talked about some of the style of these certifications, they're MCQ based, and only one of them that I know of so far is hands-on. Let's talk about the tiers. The Foundational Cloud Practitioner Cert. Now, this was introduced many years after I did my certification for people who were very, very new to cloud computing, like people coming in from HR, people coming in from business side who needed to understand, because Now, literally everything is moving to the cloud. So therefore, your marketing teams, your sales teams should know what the cloud is and how it's enabling your company to, offer the services in a more efficient way. So, it's for those people, for beginners who want to break into AWS cloud. This does not require any practical hands-on experience. You just need to know the definitions and usage of services across AWS. AWS recommends about 6 months of preparation for this certification. Then you move on to the associates, which is the one where you'll probably be landing up at some point. They're very popular. All of them cater to specific specialties in AWS. So solutions architect associate थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा focus करती है on a broad area of services. There's the pros and cons, when you would use a specific service, and it's a more straightforward certification as opposed to the professional ones that we'll talk about in a bit. Then you've got the sysops. Sysops उनके लिए है for people who are working to maintain components and infrastructure in AWS. They have to monitor the infrastructure. They have to maintain it to make it efficient. They have to take backups. They have to write or stand up automation for automatic alerting and improving and saving costs through the administration of those systems. This is the toughest one out of the three associate certifications. So my recommendation would be to go for either the solutions architect, associate, or developer, and then go for the sysops administrator. The developer set is geared towards the developer community who are coming from a development background to cater to their needs and how they can use the coding language of their choice to make API calls and deploy things in AWS cloud. In this certification, you can be expected to answer questions about programmatic access to AWS and services which help programmers and developers leverage the coding and agile development aspects of AWS. Some of the services that you may come across might be the Code Star service, the Code Pipeline service, which are AWS's version of agile development. And then we've got the notorious professional certs. Now, they are tough and they are revered. They are very much valued. Both these certifications are AWS recommends at least 2 years of comprehensive experience designing, operating, and troubleshooting solutions using the AWS cloud. And that is true, and in some cases, even more. So let's talk about the solutions architect professional, the one on the left. This certification covers a vast area of services, and you have to be able to answer questions in depth. You need to know the pros, the cons. Why would you use a service over another service? How it can save you on the cost, how it can save you on time. Whether we should even use it or not. So just remember that AWS certifications are not just about selling you the services of AWS. They're also about knowing when and when not to use an AWS service, because they do care about saving you money and making life easy. So solutions architect professional has a more broader array, a broader perspective on the AWS portfolio. So it needs a lot of preparation. If you go online, you're going to find that the courses for these are very, very lengthy, and you need to be very good with a lot of these services. These professional exams will have huge, बड़े लंबे लंबे सवाल होते हैं. They have huge questions that try to they seem like comprehension passages from English exam, to be honest. But they try to give you a scenario so that you can find the most optimal service. So just remember I said optimal. They may give you in the solutions something like, use an EC2 or use a Lambda. And both of them are valid solutions which will work. But in the questions, they'll ask you what is the most optimal solution. Now, in many cases, it would be Lambda, but in the specific scenario that they have described to you, it may be EC2 instances or virtual machines as well. So just be aware that coming into professionals, you need to be prepared, have good hands-on experience, and be ready to go through a marathon of reading a lot of questions. And these certifications are 3 hours. I think about 3 hours or a little over 3 hours. And then you've got the specialty certs. These certifications came a long way into after AWS had released the professionals and associate certs. These certs cater to a specific domain of AWS. So, for example, AWS Database Specialty focuses on RDS and DynamoDB, and my company uses databases heavily. And for that reason, it's really good for people who are working with those services to know the nitty-gritties of databases. कि भाई कौन सा database deploy करना है जो भी high availability भी दे, लेकिन cost भी save करे. Do we need to deploy serverless databases in Aurora? What's the pros and cons of that? But above knowing just the basic level of that basic knowledge, you also need to dig deeper into knowing the backend infrastructure, the backups, the maintenance windows, the encryption, the availability, how you can interact with these services in depth. So these certifications can be put at the same difficulty level as the professional ones, but they focus on just one domain. So they're very focused for people who want to excel their career, help their company excel in a specific domain, or just show that they are good with one specific domain, work in security, databases, or machine learning, or whatever. They can go for this certification. And just remember that these certifications can be taken out of order. So you can just get up and give the solutions architect professional. But just as a recommendation, which works for many people, start with the associates, and then you have a choice of either going to specialty certs if it's the need of your company or yourself, or go towards solutions architect professional to prove to yourself, or just to expand, just show people that you do know a lot about AWS and learn about a lot of these services. These certification exams can be taken remotely, or they can be taken in test centers. So it's easy to go take these exams. AWS gives you perks such as getting a 50% off the price of the next certification exam and free practice exams too, which is how I do a lot of these certifications. So in the course of like 2 or 3 years, I've done about 7 AWS certifications. And a lot of the time I use the voucher or the discount from the previous attempt where I passed to pay for half of the price of the next cert. And that's just like an addictive thing. It's honestly very good. It's a good perk. So I will encourage you to use that feature if you ever pass an AWS cert to cut down on the cost. So just remember again that certifications are there for your knowledge, increasing your knowledge, but they do help you get your foot into the door. You will get noticed by people. Certification करके आपको recognition मिलती है, but just so much so that you can get into that interview, get into that conversation with the recruiter, and then you still have to prove to them that you have the experience, because with the with a few questions, your interviewer can easily find out if you know things enough or not. But this is not just about getting being in the work stream, getting a job with cloud. To be honest, I'll say that just work on increasing your knowledge, and just focus on what you know, because it took me 4 years, 5 years to learn AWS. And if you are to compare yourself with people like who do 12 certifications or 7 certifications, that is not the point of it. I do it because first off, many of my companies paid for my certifications so that I could learn. And secondly, I want to prove to myself that I'm still informed with these the technologies, and also to learn new things. So my motivation to do this is multi-tiered, like just learning stuff. So with this, I don't know how much time I have left, but मैं honestly कहना चाहूँगा कि if you have any questions regarding cloud careers or certifications, now is the right time to ask me questions. So Mama, if anybody has asked questions in the chat, feel free to send them my way. I like to connect with people. I will always find time to talk to people, because I know people who helped me, gave me time, helped me grow in the career that I am in today. So I'm mostly active on LinkedIn, but I'm also on Twitter, on Medium. I write blogs, and I've uploaded some public projects to GitHub that you can go and look at. In future talks, I'll definitely be presenting something more technical, geared towards ramping up your knowledge about AWS. But yeah, I hope that you guys connect with me. I love that Sumama has organized a very nice conference to give some boost to AWS in Pakistan, and I hope that keeps going on. And finally, I'd like to thank you. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सुनने का. And if there's any questions, कोई सवाल मैं जो आपके ले सकता हूँ, I'll be happy to answer those.
सर आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आपने जो है वो काफ़ी एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एक रोड मैप जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए प्रेजेंट किया कि वो किस तरह AWS की सर्टिफिकेशंस को कर सकते हैं. मीनवाइल ऑडियंस के लिए अगर किसी के पास कोई क्वेश्चन है तो वो पूछ सकता है कमेंट में, ताकि हम जो है वो अपने रिस्पेक्टेड स्पीकर से पूछ सकें.
Yep. और याद रखें कि ये सवाल have that confidence to reach out. मैं अगेन बोलूँगा कि या मुझे भी बहुत बैरियर था. बैरियर सिर्फ आपका ये नहीं होता कि टेक्नोलॉजी होती है. बैरियर आपकी लैंग्वेज भी होती है, आपका सवाल भी, कि आपका सवाल रेलिवेंट है. There is no silly question, to be honest. So ask them. मैंने अपनी करियर में बहुत दफा पूछा, मैं अभी भी पूछता हूँ. But the thing is, nobody remembers when you made a mistake, but a lot of people will remember when you succeed. And I'll honestly say that work towards that. आपको अगर if you're trying to break into cloud careers, reach out to me. I can definitely help you into what methods to use. Certification कर रहे हैं, मैंने लोगों को पढ़ाया हुआ है. I've taught people, I've learned from them. I can absolutely help you with that, especially in Pakistan, because मैं देख रहा हूँ कि हमारा जो अपटेक है AWS का वो इंक्रीज हो रहा है, and we have got massive talent. मैं भी देख रहा था कि जो हमारे स्पीकर्स थे, they are so accomplished, and mashallah, this is an amazing thing. I'm so proud of this. मैं खुद लाहौर से हूँ, so मेरी मोटिवेशन बहुत ज़्यादा थी आज स्पीक करने की and to reach out to people. So I'll absolutely encourage you guys
सर जैसे कि
to
आपने
reach out
मेंशन
to me.
किया कि फ्री टियर को यूज़ कर सकते हैं स्टूडेंट्स. अब तो AWS कम्युनिटी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से भी जो ऑडियंस वाकई में जिनको जो कुछ ना कुछ यूज़ करना चाहते हैं AWS, वो जो है वो क्रेडिट्स अवेल कर सकते हैं. बैनर में लिखा हुआ है कि किस तरह जो है वो आप ईमेल करके रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं और
Yeah,
आपको क्रेडिट्स मिल सकते हैं ताकि आप अपनी कोस्ट को कवर कर सकें.
yeah, please.
ये
जैसे
बड़ी
सुमामा
अच्छी
ने
बात
बोला
है.
है, ये सुमामा ने बड़ी कमाल बात की है that मैंने the way I learned about AWS was using those credits, और मेरे तो credits AWS की तरफ से वो जो पब्लिक को मिलते हैं वो थे. यहाँ पे तो आपको एक्चुअल डॉलर्स में क्रेडिट्स मिल रहे हैं जो कि आप सालों साल के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं. यू कैन यूज दोस क्रेडिट्स फॉर years. मैं अभी I was thinking in the next round of these community talks, I was going to show you how to build a resume website using DynamoDB S3. Like, do these projects. जब कोई एम्प्लॉयर आपसे पूछे आपकी रेज्यूमे की तरह, just send them a link saying that ये मेरी वेबसाइट है, देखो, like I've built this on AWS and I know the background working of this. So use those credits, reach out, कुछ भी करो जाके, just learn
बिल्कुल
from
सर.
that free.
आपने बड़ी अच्छी बात की. इसी तरह अभी रिसेंटली AWS यूजर ग्रुप्स के प्रोग्राम के थ्रू AWS के फाउंडेशनल और एसोसिएट लेवल के वाउचर्स जो है वो प्रोवाइड किए गए वॉलंटियर कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स को. सो मेंबर्स के लिए यही है कि वो कम्युनिटी के साथ इन टच रहें. फेसबुक ग्रुप्स में और लिंक्डइन पे पोस्ट आती रहती है, उनको फॉलो करते रहे तो आपको आइडिया हो जाएगा किस तरह क्रेडिट्स अवेल करते हैं, किस तरह फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट जो है वो वाउचर जो है वो अवेल कर सकते हैं ताकि प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ को मेंटेन रखा जा सके.
Yeah,
सर
and
कुछ
and
चंद
just on
हमारे पास.
LinkedIn. Sure,
जी जी.
sure, yeah. मैं बस लास्ट से कहना चाहूँगा कि LinkedIn पे do reach out. I love commending people who accomplish things in the AWS cloud. That gives you a boost. That helps you connect with people. So do connect with me on LinkedIn or wherever you can. It's for me to help you. And with that, Sumama, I will stop. I know we're short on time.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure, sir. थैंक यू. हम इंतहाई शुक्रगुजार हैं हमारे स्पीकर का कि जिन्होंने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला और ऑडियंस के लिए इंतहाई यूज़फुल इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइड की. हम उन तमाम ऑडियंस और पार्टिसिपेंट्स का भी शुक्र अदा करते हैं कि जिन्होंने जो है वो इस पूरा तमाम दिन जो है वो और इस पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस को अटेंड किया, और तमाम स्पीकर्स का भी. इसके अलावा हम स्पेशल शुक्र अदा करना चाहूँगा उन कम्युनिटी पार्टनर्स का जिन्होंने जो है वो इस इवेंट को कामयाब बनाने में एक कलीदी किरदार अदा किया. इसके अलावा इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशंस, हम इन तमाम इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशंस का भी शुक्र अदा करते हैं कि जिनकी तरफ से स्पीकर्स आए और हमें जो है वो इन्होंने इवेंट को कामयाब बनने में सपोर्ट किया. एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन, एंड बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट कम्युनिटी डे पे आप सबको जो है वो ज़रूर देखते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच.